Good, I'm really excited about the mini, because now I have a single pencil.
Sort of iPad. The phone's so much closer.
Today?
Yeah, that was okay.
Fine.
Today?
I mean,
Yeah,
before
full
you do
pencil
this,
Yeah.
you change this.
Are we rolling?
Anyone?
Okay. All right, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 14th, and we are in the JAT South building. We have board members Robinson, George, Atwood, Richards, Dunford, and myself, Miller. I'm here, and I'm assuming Mr. Young is on his way and will join us shortly. We also have Superintendent Godfrey, Associate Superintendent Anderson, our Business Administrator, Mr. Larson, and Mr. Van Komen, our Board Attorney.
I don't think Mr. Young will be able to make it tonight. He is swamped at work.
Okay, then for the record, Mr. Young will not be joining us tonight. We have a lot of policies to go over today, so we will go ahead and get started with AA 414 student overnight travel. Mr. Anderson and Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen, I'll just briefly go over just one minor change to the policy. It will make it easier, will give us more flexibility on who approves these overnight travel trips.
Okay. Are we there? Yeah, just as you've had a chance maybe to look at this policy, and we've just highlighted in red some additions that we would like when it comes to approval for our overnight travel trips that are being submitted. If you look under section B, and it just identifies the preliminary travel proposal for administrator of schools and associate superintendent, business administrator, or superintendent approval shall include. So we just want to include superintendent as well as associate superintendent as an option for one who can approve and kind of finalize trips that have been requested. So there's two different locations where their names have simply been added, both in B and then again down in C. And that's all we're looking to do at this point. I know we've had lots of discussions about it, other issues with it, but right now we're just looking for this part of policy to be tweaked and added.
I don't have an issue with the changes. I just wanted to know what the reasoning was for the additions.
Yeah, sometimes these deadlines are we might get them in our office right at a deadline, and so then to be able to have access to any of the three would simply help us in that process in meeting what's also in policy, the 7 days or the 45 days. We never know when the trips are coming, but we have found at times that sometimes they come in and it's on the 45th day, and Mr. Larson may not be available to sign, so it'd be nice to have the flexibility of all three of them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Not related to the policy, just current landscape of travel. Is there a hesitance? Have trips been canceled because of COVID? I mean, I don't want anyone to miss out on a senior trip that they've been waiting for all year long, but I also worry that we're going to put a lot of money down and a lot of planning, and then at the last minute, there's the potential of it being canceled.
Right. And there's that potential. It's just hard to kind of know that. We are moving forward with what appears to be a normal year of travel requests from our schools. It's a lot. And I think as they move forward with their parent meetings, there are unique things that may be out of our control. And just as an example, when a group may be interested in going out of state to an activity that requires vaccinations. There are some things that we don't control. So as we look at options and alternatives and things, so there's just a lot more dissecting of the itinerary of the things that they're looking at and trying to share that both with the local administration as well as the advisors or coaches that are planning that. And again, the reality is 2 weeks before they're scheduled to go in something in March and April, we don't know what kind of restrictions may happen in different states, in our own state. And so we're trying to keep a very open mind and have those conversations up front during these parent meetings, and make sure that they just know, as of now, this is where we are, but it may change. So it's tricky.
I know it would be more expensive, but are the groups considering travel insurance
They all have to purchase a travel insurance, but so
on all parts of it is what I meant.
yeah, so the travel insurance that they're required to purchase is once the trip starts, right? So there are options that are available to them in advance that we make them aware of. That's an additional cost. It's above and beyond what policy requires, but it absolutely is being provided as a consideration and an option. And again, many of our schools have vouchers that are, I don't want to say approaching expiration, but they're trying to balance from what was refunded, and every situation was different 2 years ago when that all shut down. And so, we're just trying to navigate this the best we can, but again, keeping in mind, we can't guarantee it. It's just hard to guarantee anything a month away from now. So we're just doing the best we can. But they do have that option and availability of those, yeah.
Okay, any questions or concerns about the red line proposed changes that have been brought to us? Or any additional feedback on the policy? Okay, I think that is ready to move forward then and vote on at our next general business meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, next is our continued discussion on proposed revisions to Administrative Policy AA442, Middle School Philosophy, and AA443, Student Clubs. Mr. Curtis.
Yes, hello, President Miller, members of the board, thank you. Yes, we tonight intend to continue the discussion from the last meeting on clubs, and including a review of the potential of adding athletic teams to the middle school level that was discussed. So there we go. Okay, so the purpose of tonight's discussion then is just to review the opportunities that curricular and non-curricular clubs would provide middle school students with the approval of the proposed policy changes. Also to clarify the differences between clubs and athletic teams at the middle level, and to review the considerations of creating competitive athletic teams at the middle school level. There we go. So just to kind of review what students would be able to participate in with curricular clubs. These are, again, a curricular club is a school-directed club at the middle school, and these have been happening, as we've discussed, as sort of enrichment groups, after-school groups. They are school-directed, so art groups, anything with music, the Science Olympiad, MESA, those kinds of groups and clubs. Math counts as a popular one. Computer science and coding is something that is considered a curricular club. And then intramural sports, those activities that are, again, school-directed, would be available and accessible to students. Adding non-curricular clubs, students would be able to form groups with special interests, specific hobbies, games, that are popular or desired by students. Those student-initiated groups, and even those exploratory activities that allowing students to explore new fields, new skills, and things like that are made available through the non-curricular clubs. Last time we talked about competition, and just wanted to kind of give examples of opportunities that students would have to compete through the school-directed programs that would exist at the middle school. And that does include intramural sports, things like a Lego League that is organized, the robotics competitions, Science Olympiad. Esports would be available and an opportunity to compete. And then games, chess is an example, that's a non-athletic competition that could be put into place. And then, as we were discussing, adding or the potential of adding those competitive athletic teams, just wanted to clarify the difference between the clubs and the teams. To have a club, it would follow policy AA443 that we've proposed changing and adding the all secondary students. And the requirements to create a club would be following. Under a club rule that the students do not compete within the school structure. And a good example for that would be, like a mountain biking club or a hockey club. The club exists, but the competition is done and organized outside of the school structure. And then an important caveat to the clubs is that the students must be enrolled at the school where they attend and where they participate in the club. And the clubs are inclusive, right? Anyone who wants to participate can sign up and participate. The athletic teams follow the UHSAA sanctioned sports guidelines and compete within that organization. And those do hold tryouts and are somewhat exclusive. So that's kind of the difference between the two.
Can I ask about that? So on athletic teams, if the students go into a charter school and that charter school doesn't have that sport, they can come to the local school. Would that be the same for middle school?
They can try out
For the
high school
athletics teams?
To try out for the high school team?
Well, or even if we adopted this for middle
Oh,
school.
I see what you're saying. That is a good question because, again, differentiating the team from the club, that's something we'd have to explore for charter students. I don't know how that would work the way it's constituted. As we've talked about implementing those teams, we kind of looked into some of the neighboring districts that have had, junior high competition, and there's been some interesting shifts as 9th grade went to the high school, and the athletic program is funneled through the high school, and then it's been more of an intramural school-to-school program instead with 6th through 8th grade. So there's been a little bit of a shift with that. So that's something we'd have to explore for charter students.
So just a follow-up on that. So there wouldn't be like, say, a 7th grade basketball team that competes against other schools unless it was intramural.
With what we're proposing, no. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Right, there would not be.
Okay.
The very definition of intramural is within the school.
Okay.
So you'd have to change that title if that's what you had in mind.
So if there was a basketball team, it would be a club, and they would compete just with other teams within their school, intramural.
Correct. Correct. With what we're proposing here, it would be more of an intramural program.
Everyone gets to participate.
Everyone gets to participate. They can have a tournament competition within the school. I have a few notes about an intramural program here coming up that I can share. Some examples of how schools are implementing that. But that's just important to note that to create a team would be a different structure than what we're proposing under the proposed policy changes to add clubs. So these are the considerations for middle school athletic teams. And again, currently under policy AA442, the middle school philosophy policy, it does state that interscholastic competitive sports programs shall not be sponsored by middle schools. That's what's currently in policy, and that's not what we're proposing changing at this time. However, these are the considerations for adding middle school teams. And I've listed a few here. Connecting to the high school, that pipeline to the high school, opportunities to participate in the athletic competitions, Also, competitive community sports are expensive, to sign up for those outside of the school organization. Does provide a sense of school spirit to rally the student body around the teams. In addition, it's not part of middle school philosophy because it's somewhat exclusive, with tryouts, and not everybody gets to participate. As we looked into this, it was expressed the transportation expenses that may be involved, facility use, the custodial expenses, uniform and equipment expenses, as well as additional school fees and potential fundraisers at the middle school to fund the teams, the athletic teams. And then the league or the tournament organization would be a factor as to who directs that. Is there a district athletic director? Is there some position that would organize and direct the competition? And then just the added administrative supervision would be, that would entail the competitions. Okay, and then just wanted to share some of the options that are currently in place for middle school athletic competition, and those schools that do have intramural programs do offer multiple sports. It rotates throughout the seasons. It's more of an opportunity to learn and develop. There's kind of skills and drills, and then there's the tournaments that have been set up. It is more inclusive, provides an opportunity for everyone to participate. The tournaments and competition is in-house, at the schools. It is more cost efficient, and it's not requiring additional student fees or fundraisers. Ninth graders do currently have opportunities to participate in high school sanctioned sports through the high school. And then there are the community programs that do exist currently. Just to highlight, for an example, South Jordan Middle School is one that runs an intramural program during lunchtime. And they fund and pay for a teacher to supervise that. A period is assigned during lunch, and they rotate through the year in different sports. Students come create their own teams, sign up, and then they go through the tournament during that lunch period. The winner of those tournaments plays the faculty in the game, also during lunch in that respective sport, and that's become kind of a program that they've found success at that school. That's one way they run it. Others have done it after school, and again have provided the compensation for a teacher to supervise that, organize it, and then a similar format. They rotate through different sports. They're in-house at the school. So some are doing it already to a degree, but I think South Jordan Middle has been the most organized and extensive program that we've seen. And then I just wanted to list here again the current policy in middle school philosophy that addresses athletics and intramurals, as it highlights that the intramural program, the emphasis is on participation and skill building rather than competition, and that intramural activities may be offered in a variety of sports. More again that introduction, exploratory model, and then again there number 3 that currently interscholastic competitive sports are not sponsored by middle schools. Okay, so that's kind of what I brought for tonight.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a couple. Do other districts that allow athletic clubs, do they allow them to play other teams in their district or such?
So if it's a team, like an athletic team that's been organized, what I've found from neighboring districts is that it's done through an intramural program through 6 through 8, and then 9 through 12 is through the high school sanctioned sports. But if it's a sport that's not a sanctioned sport, then the club just meets to discuss it, to talk about, to learn about the sport, and then there's an outside team that is organized that competes outside of the UHSAA. Did that answer the question?
I'm not sure I'm following that.
Yeah.
I'm a little slow, I guess.
It's not a school-sponsored team. It's a school-sponsored club, but not a school-sponsored team.
Right. The team that competes is not sponsored by the school.
Gotcha. So my daughter played girls basketball in middle school, and it was a Jordan School District school. And they played other schools.
Yes.
So I don't know how they got away with that, and can they continue, or now they can only play within the school?
Sure. That was through the Salt Lake County Rec League that was established just for Jordan District. And each school was provided a team, but it was operated through the county. A few years back, the county pulled that program for many reasons.
Because my daughter.
I heard a lot of different reasons, but it didn't include your daughter. It was a challenge, I think, for them to keep that league going, and then they pulled it. And so we were left with, what can we do as a school in-house? Many of the ninth graders then went to the high school, and some of the high schools sponsored a little tournament or a little league for freshmen and trying to keep the interest going. Basketball is one that did that for a few years. And now many of the freshman teams are expanding at the high school.
So if I'm following right, girls basketball could only be intramural within the school unless something like Parks and Recreation again sponsored something. Is that what we're saying?
Correct, the way we have it set up, yes.
Is that the way we're proposing it too, right?
It is. We're only proposing to add the curricular and non-curricular clubs, not the athletic teams.
Okay.
We're just proposing the clubs.
Can I ask a piggyback question to what Mr. Robinson said? So I'm hearing right now, especially a lot of kids are signing up to try out for these bantam leagues that are connected with our schools. What is that?
What is a bantam league? Good question. My son plays for a bantam team in Murray. Bantam is, again, it's an outside organization, not sponsored by the school, but under the bantam rules, they do need to live in the community. I think like 2 players can be from outside of that high school community. So they're trying to keep kids within the same area, but it is not school sponsored or organized by the school.
So it's just using the names of the schools means our boundaries.
Correct. That's what a bantam team is versus like a super league. You may have heard that you can pull kids from wherever and they form a team and compete in these leagues and tournaments. But bantam has a tie to a local community, and they have some rules there of how many kids can be on the team that are outside of that community. But parents pay to participate in that. They pay for a coach, they pay for the tournaments and the league. It's all outside of the school structure.
So I guess what I'm unclear on, and even slower than Mr. Robinson, so what are you proposing we change? That sounded like we're keeping everything the same.
What we're proposing are the changes to the club policy to expand to middle school students. So currently it reads high school for grades 10 through 12. We want to expand that to all secondary students for the non-curricular and curricular clubs. And then we want to change the middle school philosophy to take out the line that says middle school students will not participate in clubs, to read middle school students will participate in clubs according to policy 44, AA 443. So that's the proposed changes. As we discussed in last meeting, there were some thoughts and comments about athletic teams and what that would entail to include the athletic teams in our district, and that's what I brought today. It's just kind of an explanation of the difference between a club and a team and what that would entail to add the competitive teams. We would need to change the middle school philosophy policy and then take into consideration these factors before adding that. Did that answer your questions?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
So if we had like a science Olympiad or a math Olympiad, they do compete against other schools
Yes.
in our district, and they'll still be able to under this?
Yes, the only restriction is athletic, interscholastic athletic competition is what we have a policy against.
Okay.
But those, right here, these opportunities to compete, are still in place, including some of those, like those organizations like Science Olympiad that are structured and have a curricular tie to it.
So is the reason that we don't want them to compete outside the school in an athletic team the increased cost that it would increase, those increased headaches?
Well, that's one of the factors, and whether we want to or not is up for discussion, but these are the things to consider in adding athletic teams to the middle schools. And that's the policy that would need to be changed. So there are some costs to consider, and additional school fees or fundraisers for students as well.
So the plan's not currently to have middle school athletic teams with interscholastic competition, just intramural.
Correct. That's what we're proposing, but in response to the board's request from our last meeting, I wanted to bring this regarding what it would take or what to consider before adding middle school teams. I hope I've explained that well and given you the information that you need to discuss that.
Okay, so how do board members feel? Is there a desire to add middle school athletic teams beyond intramural?
I would support that. I very much support the addition of clubs. If you want to go the next step and add athletic teams, I would support that.
And I appreciate differentiating. We can move forward with the clubs and we can continue to explore and discuss the teams if you like, but that's what's proposed at this time, are the approval of the clubs.
And is that what you're saying, move ahead with this, but you'd also be open to
Yep.
more later on?
I am letting you know that as one board member, if you came back and proposed athletic teams in middle school, I would support that. But I very much support the change in the club policy.
Hey, Ms. Richards?
Mine would be yes and no. Does that make sense?
Yes to the current proposal, but no to adding.
Right, I've been involved with this intramural program, and it works. It works for that age very well. A lot of competition going on within the school, and I think it's enough.
Ms. Atwood, thoughts?
I would follow suit in that, and I'm okay with the new policy, and I'm not okay with this one. I just think that parents and teachers and administrators are all just very stretched. And to add some of these things, extra fundraising, extra time for teachers and administrators to be in school in the evenings, I'm not interested in that at this time.
Okay, Ms. George?
I am comfortable with what has been proposed tonight. In terms of going forward, it's hard for me to say. I would be interested in hearing the feedback from our middle school employees, whether that's teachers or administration. I'd like to hear their level of interest. I don't want to prescribe here how stretched they are, or if they want this or not. I really haven't heard their perspective. So I guess that was a long way of saying I would be interested in learning more.
And I would respond, because we allow it in a policy doesn't mean we're telling them they have to. If they're stretched, don't do it. But the policy now says if you're not stretched, you can't do it. And I would propose changing the policy to say, look, if you're stretched, don't do it. But if you're not, we want you to be able to do it. I don't want to take the can't away. I would never force anyone to do anything that they don't want to do. But if they want to do it, it won't be on my watch. It won't be me that says they can't.
But you've got to realize, yes, there would be the choice, but there would be a certain element of parents wanting it. That, if other schools are doing it, that expectation would be there.
Mr. Robinson, let's hear from you.
I support the changes we're making currently. participating in sports clubs in junior high school had a great impact upon me in my life. I started wrestling in the 7th grade, and I learned a lot about athletics and teamwork and all those kinds of things. I don't think I would have wrestled in high school had I not had junior high. I think the one big difference maybe is Parks and Recreations has stepped up since the last 45 years and are doing a lot of those things for us. But I'd hate to shut the door to a discussion. I would like it to be administrators and teachers' decision. I don't know about them being too stretched. Some of them would love to do it, and that's their release. And to say, sorry, you can't have that girls' basketball team play against, you know, the other middle school. I would only support inter-district probably participation anyways, but I think it should be explored, and I don't think we just should shut the door on it. I don't think we need to make that decision now, though.
And I would lean against it, because there are so many opportunities out there. I had kids that were athletes, and there are a lot of competition opportunities out there through lots of organizations. So I don't think there's lack of opportunity for those kids. I love the intramural idea where every kid gets to participate. Maybe that exposes some kids to sports that wouldn't normally get to. So I do love that. So we're kind of split. I think there's consensus from the board to move ahead with this policy, and then some interest in considering adding or getting feedback from others and exploring the idea of adding the competitive sports teams.
Just with that information of anything that is brought back, I absolutely need to see costs. I know that we are very stretched on transportation. We would have to, as a board, consider additional costs that would be put into these programs, transportation, buses, and bus drivers. And administrative pay, and teacher pay. And coach pay. And coach pay. So there's a lot of cost questions that I would have.
Cost, interest, and time, been a couple of the questions brought up.
It's a huge step to take where we are now, clear to the top anyway. So let's just take that first step, see how clubs work out, and then explore this if there's interest later on.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead with this policy. Is everyone ready to vote on this at our next business meeting? The proposed changes?
Now remind me on that, is the deadline to form a club, is that November 1st? Because in the motion we need to extend that, correct?
Yes, we'll need to add an additional month. Right now in policy, it's September 1st to October 1st. So in the next business meeting, if it's approved, we can add an additional month for those to be submitted, those applications.
For this year only.
For the fall, and then there's another spring window.
Right, yeah, for the fall.
Good reminder.
Okay, are we clear on that?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you. And next is policy AA 441, privacy rights, student and family. We have Mr. Anderson and Mr. Olson.
Thank you. The two policies tonight that we're going to be discussing, AA 443, AA 441, and AS 61. They're similar in the sense that we're making minor changes to them to be compliant with USBE rule and state law. They're not necessarily going to change our practices. Those will remain in place. It's just bringing them up to speed and so that they're current with current statute. And Mr. Olson is here to explain both of those to the board.
Thank you. First policy on the agenda is AA 441, privacy rights. On that, if you have had the chance to look at the red line, it doesn't look like a small change, but let me explain the method behind that madness. Our existing policy is technically supposed to be in compliance with 3 laws, 1 state and 2 federal. Federal laws are FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, and PPRA, the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment. Utah has a law that is sometimes called Utah FERPA or Utah PPRA that's kind of a mashup of those two. USBE does a compliance check for districts every year on October 1st. And USBE, there's a quote from them on one of their websites that say most policies from districts and charters contain the information required by Utah FERPA, but do not contain the required information from the PPRA federal law. So the change here is to adopt a model policy prepared by the State Board of Education that is compliant with all 3 of those. Now, our existing policy has a number of areas that overlap, but the reason why the red line is so red is our policy is not in the same order and doesn't have the same structure as the model policy from USBE. For convenience, we're just adopting the USBE policy. So there's a lot of strikeout, but things are moving to different areas. But because they're not exactly the same wording and not in the same order, the strikeout just strikes everything out. There are 2 changes from the model policy that I can point out to you. The first is in A1. At the recommendation of Cabinet, we have enumerated that list of types of examinations, test treatments. Those are broken out into a list form that is not in the model policy. The other is in F2, which is a statement indicating that employees that are not compliant or that violate the policy could be subject to the district's orderly termination. That's a carryover from the existing policy as well. The rest of it is the USBE model policy because they have researched and put the effort into preparing the wording that is most compliant. So we're following that wording. The sections that our policy at present does not include, if you want to look through, I'll let you know what those are. They are Part B, inspection of instructional materials. I think there is some overlap there with other areas of district policy, but that section is being included. Part C, non-emergency invasive physical examinations. Part D, marketing surveys. Part E, notification. Again, elements of that notification are in the current policy, but it's a little bit more spelled out in the USBE model. Part G, emergency situations, has expansion of some of the obligations and responsibilities. And then Part H, students who turned 18 and emancipated minors, is also an addition. So the red line looks like there's a lot changing. A lot of the content is the same, it's just in a different order and structured a little bit differently. The USBE model policy also provides a little bit more expansion and is a little bit more specific than what was previously in our policy.
I was curious just reading through this if how Section C related to COVID testing.
So that is a great question. I think where we would come into play with that is that the prohibition on non-emergency invasive physical examinations would be on anything that is required as a condition of attendance, administered by the school and scheduled in advance, and not necessary to protect the immediate health and safety of the student. If you look at COVID testing covered under Test to Stay, that requires parent opt-in to participate. So it really wouldn't fall under the purview of this policy because in order to perform that test, even if it were administered by district staff, I'm not clear, Mr. Anderson can answer how that would be administered. Parents have to opt into participation under the current county guidelines. Also, you'll notice that there is a specific call out that this doesn't apply to hearing, vision, or scoliosis screenings that are conducted in the schools. Those are specifically authorized in the model policy.
I just had one question on H. For a long time, I've believed that an emancipated student or one who turns 18 was still kind of under the confines of the school and school rules until the end of the school year. When did that change?
Depending on where you go for your answer, you can get slightly different versions. I have seen a lot of resources that indicate that the parent maintains their right of access to records as long as they're still claiming the child as dependent on income taxes. And that is one area of district policy that's not been terribly specific. I believe our current practice, though, is that we follow the guideline of 18 or graduation, whichever occurs later, as kind of our clarifying mark. So someone who turns 18 during their senior year, the parents would still have access and rights under FERPA, assuming that they continue to claim them on their income taxes. And then at graduation, those rights transfer fully to the student.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns on this policy or on the proposed changes? Okay, everyone's comfortable moving forward with this to our next business agenda.
Yes.
Okay, looks like that one is okay to move forward.
The next item is policy AS 61. And if you look at the red line, you may miss where we're striking an item because it's kind of small. It's in section D, access rights, 2B, C, a paragraph that says that the school or district will not disclose or will not grant access to the electronic system of the district to the non-custodial parent. Striking that will bring us into compliance with federal law under FERPA in granting that access. So just striking the paragraph.
So a non-custodial parent can have access to electronic records?
Yeah, but FERPA grants anyone who is a parent access to written records, and that written record definition also includes electronic records. It's just not been changed in policy, so we're coming into compliance.
I know this was very often a source of chaos as far as, parental rights, so I think that's a good change.
Okay, any questions or concerns about the proposed change? And is everyone okay moving ahead with placing this on the next business meeting agenda? Okay, thank you. Next up is an update on our timeline for the Extra Mile Pay launch. And Ms. Richards, will you start us on that?
Sure. The Extra Mile Pay Committee met a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and 4 teachers were in person attendance and 1 was virtual. Mr. Anderson, Nadine Page, and myself were in attendance and talked about, just kind of made some tweaks on the existing application and the process. And, had a really good conversation about certain words and what we should do, what would make it simpler and easier to understand. And finally made those changes, and Mr. Anderson will show us that PowerPoint and share with us the timeline that the teachers will launch it. When are we going to launch it?
2 weeks from yesterday.
Yeah, so in 2 weeks it will be launched to the teachers and those involved with this process. So we'll just look at the PowerPoint now.
Yeah, just a couple of slides. One, as she indicated, is just a timeline, just to give you a refresher on kind of how this will look rolling forward. First of all, this is our logo for Extra Mile Pay. We wanted the board to be the first to see it. There we go, the Extra Mile sign there. So the anticipated timeline is such, today we find ourselves here in board meeting, just reviewing this timeline. Information has been added to the district website. You can find that at extramilepay.jordandistrict.org. A note to anybody listening at home, the application process is not yet live, but you can go to extramilepay.jordandistrict.org to access all of the information regarding the Extra Mile Pay. And so that's a great resource. We'll have everything, that'll be our clearinghouse for all things Extra Mile Pay. including in 2 weeks, the application. 2 weeks from now, or 2 weeks from yesterday, I should say, the application process will officially open, and it will remain open until November 19th. That's just the week before Thanksgiving. The application window will close at 11:59 p.m. on that date. In between then, teachers can upload their applications. They're limited to 500 words, and the software we use does allow the teachers to submit, but then also go back and edit if they have something to change afterwards. And just, I want to give a shout out to the committee. These teachers on this committee have been amazing to work with, and just added a lot of insight and really good updates and clarification to this process. So I just have been so impressed. Between just after Thanksgiving and middle of January, we'll undergo the review process. And the reviewers, each application will be reviewed by at least 2 teachers using a rubric. Middle of January, we'll know, they'll be completed. There will be a notification of the awards sent to employees at the beginning of February, and about a week or so for appeals to be collected and accepted. After that appeals window, there will be the opportunity for each teacher who submitted an application for extra mile pay to submit their reflection. The reflection will be a required component of receiving the extra mile pay. So they'll know how much they've been awarded, and they'll know it's coming, and then they'll be able to reflect on the process. Principals will be notified of the reflection so that they can be aware of what was submitted and what the teacher's reflections are. And we'll send out plenty of reminders because, again, the reflections will be, being paid in May will be contingent upon. Yep, it'll be the final box to check in this process. April 14th, not to necessarily coincide with tax day, but very close, will be their deadline for reflections. And after that, the actual award will be given in their May 25th paycheck. So that's the process. That's the kind of the anticipated timeline that's been approved by the committee. Are there any questions from the board regarding this process?
So I know that in the LEAC committee, they were talking about more of an accountability piece. So the accountability piece is more of the reflections and then the principal's notification.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a step to take. It's an opportunity for them to reflect, but it's not going to be evaluated in the sense that, was it good or was it not good or whatever. It's just going to be a step to take to make sure the educator reflects on the process and how they've grown. The principals will be made aware of them, but it's not an evaluative piece of that.
So will the principal see the reflection?
Yes.
Okay.
They'll have access to it, right? But in no way they'll have the opportunity to give feedback, but it's not contingent. Their approval is not needed in this process. It's just an awareness.
Well, and I love the reflection piece because just as you mentioned, I mean, we can find some really positive things from the work that we're doing, but sometimes we also identify this is something that is not beneficial and I shouldn't be moving forward. And I love just having that reflection of the work that's being done and just to be able to reflect, to see whether or not you need to do that again and share that feedback with others. So I think that's great.
Just a note, I've had a couple emails regarding, there are some teachers already getting started on this and anticipating. And they have told me that their school administrators, and it's hearsay, totally, have been saying that the reason it's called extra mile pay is that you have to spend extra time out of school. And so the wrong message is being sent, and that needs to be clarified with all building administrators and make sure that the right message is getting out. Or perhaps we need to add another line of clarification on the application. I don't know, but I have had that feedback.
That's a great reminder, and we'll clarify that with our administrators. So this is not extra time outside of school. It's just extra pay for extra work, which we know most educators are already doing plenty of. I too would like to just do a shout out to the teachers involved. I don't know
how we would have gotten where we are without their input. It was invaluable. And also Mr. Anderson and Nadine, she kind of had to come in this and learn all of it. Right, Lisa? But just a shout out to them. I really appreciate their input and their time and just their great ideas. I just thought we had a really good group.
Thank you, yes, and Lisa, I know she cried buckets of tears when this was transferred from her, but I just have to really commend Nadine for just putting forth a tremendous effort. She learned everything from coding and the software. She spent hours trying to get caught up to speed on how to do this, and she's been nothing short of spectacular.
Mike, can I just ask that you put this on board docs, the presentation?
Certainly, yep, it'll be up there before board meeting ends.
Perfect, thank you.
Hey, thank you for that update, and I just echo the appreciation for everyone who participated on the committee. Excited to see how it works out this year with our teachers and what types of things they're doing that will be rewarded for.
Okay, next is a review of the non-compliance hotline reporting. At our last board meeting, on the consent agenda was our first report to the board of the number of complaints or issues of non-compliance that came in through the hotline established both in our district and through USB. And we wanted to have the opportunity for board members to be able to provide feedback on that and determine if that is the information that is helpful to us. So Dr. Godfrey, do you want to
Yes.
go over that?
We started with this reporting last meeting. We just posted that to board docs. I think there were 3 or 4 listed. We listed not only those that we received at the district hotline, but at the state level. And we did our best to create a report that was reflective of the board's request. Although a lot of ideas were discussed, we tried to make that report match with that final decision about what it should look like. And I welcome any feedback or discussion.
And the 3 that came in last month?
Just on the format itself.
And what is that the information in the report? Is that what you want to see, or is there anything else you want to see?
I was fine with it as well.
What's come in since?
I'm not aware of any other hotline concerns since that one.
To me, there's a miss here. There's a huge miss. Because based on parent conduct in board meetings, we're teaching all sorts of bizarre things. And based on what's coming in the hotline, everything's fine. And so I'm wondering, okay, which one is the real accurate reflection of what's going on? So somewhere along the line, there's a miss. Either what we're hearing in board meetings is not accurate, or people aren't taking advantage of the hotline, or somewhere along there's a miss. And I can't put my finger on where it is, because if 3 came in last month and none have come in since then that would suggest parents are pretty much satisfied with what's going on and what's being taught, and they don't have any concerns, and well, that is not in harmony with what we're hearing in board meetings. So my only feedback is I don't have enough information to know where the miss is. And I'm not questioning the superintendent, I'm not questioning the process in any way. There's a clear miss here. So either we haven't notified parents, or parents who have concerns don't know where to go, or parents really don't have concerns, and what we're hearing in board meeting is not reflective of what our community is feeling.
just a thought in response to that. I think that there are many ways to express a concern. You can speak in a board meeting, you can report something to the hotline, you can talk with the teacher themselves, you can talk with the administrator. I have my SOS feedback, which I receive feedback through regularly. You can talk to an administrator, you can talk directly with a board member. And I like that the hotline offers one more option, but I don't know that a lack of submissions to the hotline suggests that everything's perfect or that people don't know where to go. It's just used for certain types of things. It's used when there's a level of anonymity hoped for or requested. I mean, it's not just hoped for, we provide that anonymity. So I just think different methods match up differently for certain people and certain issues. I do think that going forward, as we continue to talk about communication with parents, I think it would make sense to continue to say, you know, if you have a concern, here are departments you can contact in the district. You can contact the teacher directly, you can contact the administration, just various methods. So I think there's something to be said for communicating that, but we get a lot of feedback through various methods in the district, and it will ebb and flow on the hotline.
But you can see there clearly is something just seems to be odd based on what is happening in public comment periods and even emails I receive and what's happening in this.
It's buried too deep, Bryce. So on the front page, it's under the word suggestions.
No, we added that, we changed it.
Well,
I show a suggestion.
I think even if you sent out a link to everyone,
Right.
you still wouldn't get continual hotline. I'm worried more that if I don't hear from anyone about their concerns as opposed to not hearing from them through a certain channel.
Yeah.
I think a wide variety of options is important, and I think we have that. But I think promoting various ways that you can solve an issue and get an answer to your question or raise a concern, I think that's something we ought to continually do, because you really don't think about how do I solve this problem until you have an issue that you want to address.
Well, and I will follow up on what Mr. Robinson just said. Where we asked for it to say suggestions or concerns still reads only suggestions by the icon on the homepage.
Okay, we'll make sure that's corrected.
And you could even add both, but I would bring the hotline up on that second page up a lot higher because it's buried down, 3/4 way down.
And then I had a question on the actual report, as far as the number of reports that came through the state line, to quantify that, because it wasn't quantified this last time. And then just most out of just follow up, the concerns coming through the state hotline last time were having to do with gender pronouns, and I know USB was working on that. Does anyone know if they've finalized something or if they're still working on it?
I know it's been discussed. I don't know whether there will be any direction from the state level or not at this point, but we'll hear more either way in the coming weeks.
I do appreciate the second sentence, the follow-up. Here's what happened. This issue was addressed and corrected. This is a non-compliance. That's what I was hoping to see in the report.
Okay.
Here's the issue, here's what the complaint was, and here's the resolution.
Okay. Yeah, one of the concerns did highlight something that needed to be corrected, and we made that correction.
And I don't see why we shouldn't address this every few months, because this is also new to us. I'm happy with what we've seen, and I'm happy with the suggestions. but maybe just in a couple of months, have another just short agenda item to touch bases on this again.
Sure. And I take your point, Mr. Dunford, we need to keep watching and make sure that all of those channels are explained so that people can choose which range they're most comfortable with. Some are going to be more comfortable talking directly with the teacher. Some want to go to the hotline. And I want to be sure all those channels are open, available, and that everyone's aware of the options that they have. Because, not to suggest that we have an overwhelming number of issues or problems, but we love to have the chance to solve those and address questions and issues.
Yeah. I know I did give one person the hotline number a couple of weeks ago. I mean, stuff that comes into me, I try to solve.
Yeah.
Work with our administration to solve, and only if it can't be is when I said, okay, call the hotline. Okay, so does everyone agree to make changes to the website to, excuse me, move it up and add concerns and suggestions? And then we want to follow up or quantify how many came through the state hotline, and then follow up in a couple of months. Is everyone good with that? Okay. Do you need any more direction on that, Dr. Godfrey?
I don't think so, thank you.
So sorry, I know we're finishing, but I'm just sitting here looking at the page that it links to, and it's phrased fraud, waste, abuse, or non-compliance page. So are we limiting what people should be calling in about with that? Is there somewhere else? Like the last time we discussed this, we talked a lot about if someone has a concern with what was said in a class. If I open this, I'd be like, well, it's not fraud or waste or abuse. Maybe it's non-compliance.
It would be non-compliance.
But I'm just saying, I don't know how readable it is to the layman.
Well, that's the legal language.
Okay.
And so that matches the law or the state rule, I can't remember which it is. So it matches the state rule so that we have a hotline established specifically for those purposes.
Okay. I'm just hopeful that parents feel that they can refer what they want to here. That doesn't sound just like a suggestion when I read that. I'm like, oh, maybe that's the wrong spot.
Any other thoughts or comments on that? Is everyone else okay with it? Okay.
So we did have several state reports, or reports to the state about the gender identification questions, and we did not quantify how many. So quantifying going forward, if we have multiple on the same issue at the state level, was one of the suggestions, and then making sure that it's phrased on the website and featured more prominently in the way that we talked about in a couple of board meetings ago.
Yes, and then we'll put it on a future agenda in a couple of months to follow up on.
Great.
Okay. Cruising right along, we are on our update on pandemic response. Dr. Godfrey.
Yes, update on pandemic response. First off, we are adding a testing site at South Hills Middle School. Last time we met, the board had talked about asking the county whether there was a rec center or a library or other county facility that could be used before we started using the school. And we did check with them, and they didn't have the kind of availability at those facilities that they wanted, the kind of hours and parking and that sort of thing. So we did look for a school, and South Hills is that school. They have a portable that we can use that is not used for class, that's easy to pull up to and park by, so it will be used uniquely for testing. That will be about a 4-hour block during which that testing can happen, 4 to 7 or 4 to 8 roughly. We started looking at elementary schools to begin with, but we don't have a custodian late enough to cover that. So by putting it at a middle school, there's no additional cost. There's convenience that way. There's also a state testing site at Elk Ridge, so that spreads things out a little bit. And so we think that will be a nice option. I don't know exactly how many days per week that will be open. Do we have a proposed schedule for that, Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, they'd like to do Monday through Friday, and one clarification is just, this is a rapid test site. It's designed around students returning on day 7 from quarantine. It can be students, employees, and their families. Really, they wouldn't turn away anybody, but it's intended for that use as a rapid test site. If you want a PCR to determine whether or not it's a variant or whatever, this site is not that site.
Does this run through the county?
South Hills is the county.
Okay, and Elk Ridge is the state?
Correct.
They're both free?
They're both free.
Okay.
All free.
Give me the times again.
The South Hills site will be 4 to 7:30, Monday through Friday.
And Elk Ridge is what?
Make sure I get it right. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm pulling it up here. We changed it just recently, so I want to make sure we got it. Sorry, Monday through Friday afternoons, 4 to 7 at Elk Ridge. And for that one, there is a pre-registration. It's not a requirement, but it's not guaranteed if you don't pre-register. You can show up, but there's a little QR code you can scan and pre-register on that one. That one is a PCR saliva test. I think they'll also offer the rapid test.
Will you say those times again, please, Mike?
Yeah, you bet. So South Hills Middle School is the county test.
Right.
That's it. That's the rapid test, and that will be Monday through Friday, 4 to 7:30.
Okay.
Elk Ridge.
No appointment there, right?
No appointment at this point. Monday through Friday at both locations. The one at Elk Ridge Middle School will be 4 to 7 p.m.
Is that rapid also?
That is a PCR.
PCR?
So you can do any one of them. There's nasal PCR, there's saliva PCR, and there's the rapid antigen tests that are available with that one.
And if you go to coronavirus.utah.gov, you can click on Find Testing Location. In your zip code, it'll pull up the testing locations near you, tell you all their hours, what tests they have at those locations, everything you need to know.
Sorry, one other detail of note is that the South Hills Middle School one is a drive-up, meaning you have to walk into the building. The Elk Ridge testing site is a drive-through, meaning you can stay in your car and be tested the whole time there. You do have to walk into the building at South Hills.
Thank you.
We have not had any schools reach that 2% test to stay threshold. There are 2 schools in the state that have, but we haven't had anyone meet that threshold at this point. And we continue to have weekly meetings with the county health department. Today we talked about a procedure to work with them to quickly provide attendance information. We're always honing that process so that if someone tests positive, we can just let them know the last day that they were in school so that they can start to do that contact tracing right from there. So we're just always, as I said, fine-tuning how we share that information. And we continue to have meetings with point of contact from each of our schools. Mr. Anderson has conducted those meetings, and it's been a nice format. We'll do a couple of Zoom meetings that allow for the point of contact at each school to ask questions as things change. And it's been a nice way of sharing information and talking through the issues before we send out a final email outlining a procedure. So we have great people in every school and at the district level working to help manage this the very best we can. And we just continue to adapt to whatever's next. So
Yes.
What questions can I answer? Yes.
Sorry, on that very topic of how quickly are people being notified that they have had an exposure, and is there anything that schools can do to help facilitate those notifications going out quicker? I know it's a concern for some of our teachers when they know there's a positive exposure and they're watching the kids just come to school as usual without any requirement for masks.
If we're really reliant, we're working together with the health department on that, and I think, as I mentioned, just honing the technique of how quickly that information is exchanged and the way in which it's exchanged will continue to make that faster and faster. What we have done a couple of weeks ago is put in place a process where a letter is sent to the entire class to say, while contact tracing is being done, we just wanted to let you know that there's a possible exposure in that class.
And is that at every school that letter's going out now?
That's a letter that's available to schools to use based on individual circumstances, yes.
So the schools are choosing, it's not every
It's based on the circumstance, yes.
Can you help me understand what that means?
Because sometimes when you say we know someone tested positive, sometimes that's through social media or that's through a parent who says they heard from another parent that someone tested positive. And so there's a level of verification that's needed. And sometimes sending that letter out would be premature, even though some parents may think that there's been an exposure when there may not have been. So we're careful about not sending that out when it's
So
not
like if a
actually
parent
warranted.
called and said, my child just tested positive, that would be an example of a time we would use the letter? Or do
Well-
we have to wait for the state to confirm it?
We don't require of the school to use the letter, but there's a high level of coordination where we talk with the school about each individual circumstance. We're careful not to do that based on hearsay, but if someone were to say, my child tested positive, then that's something we can quickly verify with the health department. We don't always hear it first from the health department. Sometimes we hear it from the family, and then we verify that with the health department, and then we move forward accordingly. But if there's lag time between finding that out and doing the contact tracing to know who was in close contact, then that letter is available to schools and is in most cases sent out to everyone within that class. But it's situational, but we do our best to get that information out in a timely way. And we're always honing that to make it faster and faster.
I'm sorry if I'm asking you to repeat yourself, but you just mentioned that if a parent calls in and says, my student has tested positive, are we waiting for the health department to confirm that, or are we moving forward with the parent saying, my child has tested?
I don't mean to suggest that it's several days. The health department is quick to respond. We call, we verify that so that that contact tracing begins on their end and the communication begins on our end.
Okay.
But by verification, I don't mean to suggest that we're waiting a long period of time. It's a quick conversation.
Okay, that's good to know, because I just think in past, I know that I have felt like the health department has taken a little bit longer to inform us and give us correct information. So I just want to make sure, and that's helpful to know that it's a quick turnaround there. So thank you.
I had a question on the new federal requirements that just came out this week and how that impacts us if vaccines will be required of all of our employees.
We're waiting to hear if there is any direct impact on us. We haven't been informed of how that's being implemented or enforced. At this point, state law does not allow us to require that of our employees. So that is to be determined how that will impact us.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, what's the disconnect with the dashboard versus the news? So when I watch the news, there's this tragedy that's happening. And when I look at the dashboard, not only on our district, but all the districts, we seem to be in better shape than last year. I mean, there's a flip between the cases at the elementary level versus the high school level. But I don't, something's amiss in my mind. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me, but.
Mr. Anderson, would you like to speak to the dashboard?
Yeah, so the dashboard, our dashboard, I'll speak to Jordan Districts first. It is maintained by us, but it is kept, the data is kept and uploaded by the county. They may update it at different times than they update their own dashboard, but I was just looking at the county's dashboard, and you can go down and isolate district by district. You'll see on the county's dashboard that they currently show 239 cases. Our dashboard also reflects 239 cases. That is more than we had this time last year in September. And as you noted earlier, there is a trend more towards elementary levels being higher than last year as well.
And I've got a graphic the health department shared. This is 2 weeks old though, but it was last year's data to this year's data, and elementary is double right now than it was last year. Middle school's a little higher. High school's not much higher. Yeah, which makes sense because there's vaccines available for high school students. But I don't. It just depends on, I guess. I mean, I see lots of different data out there from media, but from the health department, it does seem that the number of cases at the elementary level are double what they were this time last year.
I just don't know if it's that red flag that I'm hearing on media. I mean, I would expect the cases to be even higher, but last year at this time we were closing schools. I know the threshold was lower. We weren't testing to play. Lots of things are different this year, but I don't know.
And the other interesting data that I've been watching from the health department is just the correlation between number of cases and vaccination rates in the community. If you have communities, even though the kids can't be vaccinated, if the rest of the community is vaccinated, the rates are lower. We're seeing the highest number of cases in children when the whole entire community around them has lower vaccination rates.
Other questions I can answer for you?
I'd love to know what's going on with quarantines. Just the spirit of it and the practicality, how many people are taking which option, how parents feel about having the options. Are we enforcing the mask wearing under the quarantine restriction? Who's doing that? Are there problems surfacing? Just a brief update on quarantines, I'd love to know.
Would you mind?
Sure.
Speaking to that?
Yeah, so we can't keep track of the quarantine data like we did in years past, or last year, not years past, it's only last year, but I feel like it was years wasn't it?
It's years past.
It's years past. But we don't keep track of that data, so I can't quantify how many are on quarantine or what they've chosen. Anecdotally, most parents are more than happy to keep sending their students to school while wearing the mask. It becomes a constant challenge for administrators to keep updated with the lists of students that are quarantined and who should be wearing masks versus who should not, and at what level can they enforce that. Encouragement is certainly there, and the health department reiterates that with the letter they send. They know what the expectations are, but when it comes down to it, we don't have a mask mandate, and therefore it cannot be enforced in the way that we would traditionally think of school enforcement of those rules, right? We're used to being able to have that. So it has cut down on the cases. I know, we've had cases come out where under our guidelines of last year, we would have been quarantining a lot more. This year, we're quarantining less, or they're able to quarantine and come to school while wearing a mask. So the absentee rates are far fewer.
I'm still curious, how many days usually are students still, once they get notified, how are they, I'm hearing like, I got it and the next day I didn't have to wear a mask. Is it really 7 days out?
It can be, and it has been in some cases. I think those are on the far end of the exception scale, right? That we've got, you hear probably about those because they are more the exception rather than the rule. We've heard principals say, actually got heard back from the county in the same day, within hours of us reporting it and getting back and getting the letters back. So it varies. Salt Lake County Health Department has done a great job despite turnover and other challenges that they faced over the last couple of weeks. We appreciate working with them, and they've tried their best and worked very, very hard to get letters and turnaround time up to date. We've kind of honed our processes and tried to work with them to verify student attendance data, for one, where we can now, they're sending us the names that we can verify when they were last in school. That helps cut down the process for the contact tracers who may or may not get cooperation from some of the families they contact.
And I'm assuming you're hearing from teachers that the burden of dealing with online students is much less.
I'm not really hearing about it, so that means it's probably much less.
So if attendance is high, then I'm assuming that more people in class, less having to do with students out of class.
Right. I think that's much better than it was last year. It's a constant struggle. It's anytime you have a student absent in a COVIDious year or in a regular year, you have makeup work is a lot of work for teachers, but I think there's less of that certainly than last year.
I think the other thing that has added to the lag time is just we didn't have to verify vaccination status as much last year because we didn't have a vaccine option. So that's another step that the health department has to take to make sure, here are the close contacts, but do we know whether or not they're vaccinated? Of course, there's not an option at the elementary level, but at the secondary level, that adds to the lag time that can be, so it varies.
Are you sensing that morale is higher, the same, lower this year as compared to last year?
It's hard to speak overall to morale because someone listening will say, I feel to themselves as they hear that question, I feel a lot better, and others will say, I feel a lot of pressure. We're implementing some new things at the elementary level in particular. That's a lot of stress and a lot of work. At the same time that teachers say, hey, we want to do what we need to for our kids, it's a lot of stress, a lot of time, a lot of pressure. And I'm very aware of that and always concerned about that. Anytime you have an added factor like COVID, which is just unprecedented, of course, you always have that top of mind. You're wondering about what's going on in class and how many will I have today, and will there be someone who tests positive? I'm worried about my personal health, the health of those in my class. I think that from talking with teachers and administrators and parents, part of the stress has shifted and is different this year. There was stress last year as we anticipated what will the year look like. At first I can wear a face shield. Okay, now I can't wear a face shield. I'm wearing a face mask. Should it be triple plies? Can it be one ply? Can it be cloth? You remember those times when we were thinking all of that through. And then we kind of settled into a point where masks were required of everyone. We wondered if kids would wear them. They did. And so then once that started to happen, then it was stressful, there was a lot of work, but we knew there was more certainty perhaps than there has been this year, where masks have been a debate and there's energy that's put into that debate. And so that creates some difficulty. I would say that the stress level is still high, and just everyone's tired still. Everyone's tired, everyone's stressed. But people have worked hard and they've done great. So I don't mean to suggest that it's a negative environment, but it's difficult. It's still more difficult than it's ever been. And so we keep working on that, we keep addressing that. But people have, like I said, worked really hard and done great things, but I don't ever want to understate the impact that it all has on everybody.
Have we considered pulling back on the implementation of the programs at the elementary school to reduce that stress? At least at that
Letters, I think we need to give some additional information about that. I think that, but I've heard a lot of positive about the implementation of what we're doing as well.
I'm hearing positive, but I'm hearing that they feel stressed because it's an additional burden and it's being pushed a little hard.
It's tough right now because, like I said, people listening are going to say,
Yeah.
but he didn't speak to my specific experience. I'm just going to say that there's a wide range of experience. We are meeting with each team individually, with the coach, with the principal, and each grade level at the elementary level, to say what's stressing you, what can we help with, what other information do you need. And administrators of schools that supervise that school are attending most of those meetings so that we can get a really good sense for how that's feeling at the team level. So should we back off on the implementation? I don't think so, but should we continue to keep a really good pulse on how things are going and how else we can help? Yes, absolutely. I've talked a lot about support. We need to continue supporting. And although we've compensated teachers, that doesn't create time magically within their schedule to do these other things that are asked of them. So I just commend teachers who are working so hard, and we're going to keep fine-tuning to try to help them. I think the training and the attitude of teachers and the hard work that everyone's put into this is really unprecedented. But the way that we continue to make that go well is to keep a really close eye on how people are feeling, how we can support them, and what else they need to be successful, but also to help manage their own needs. And I would just say that overall, like I said, we just have employees across the spectrum, whatever their responsibility, who shoulder the work that's given to them and work really hard at that and want to do their very best. But we want to give the type of clarification, information, and support that can help them know where they can take maybe a step back and not put so much pressure on. And we continue to talk with administrators as well about how do we help provide the support even as we move things forward. I'm meeting with educators that in counseling and in student services and groups of teachers to talk about how we can help alleviate that stress and look at the social and emotional wellness of our employees as much as our students. And that's part of what we want to do with ESSER as well, is very directly address just the quality of life for our employees. Sorry, long answer.
No, that's excellent.
I
And I can't speak for the rest of the board, but there's things that we can do as a board, at least I'm interested in hearing about.
Well, we'll be bringing information next board meeting about what we're doing for our employees and for our students.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. If there's changes we need to make, we would like to hear that. I know I've received a lot of the same concerns. I did hear from, some teachers that I think had maybe some misinformation about what they were supposed to do and by when. And I've passed that on to Dr. Godfrey, and hopefully that'll get cleared up.
I think it's always helpful to continually talk about expectations and the support available and that sort of thing, because like we talked about when a parent has a concern to raise, until you're in the situation, the information takes on different meaning when you're in that situation. So continual communication, continued support are really important, and I think we have the structure to make sure that happens. And I we've talked a lot about elementary, but that's true K-12, that we just need to be in those conversations. And we'll have an emphasis in principal meeting about communication. That's coming up in a couple of weeks, and part of that is making sure we're in good communication with all employees at the school level, in our departments, communication support, that's really what it's about.
I have a question that I feel may be hard for you to answer, but I would like to know the answer if you have any.
Is that in contrast to the other easy things?
Sure. What is the message from administrators in schools to the teachers when teachers are nervous about students being in the classroom sick? I know as a parent, it's been difficult for me, for my son who has allergies. I'm like, I know for a fact this is allergies, and I know it could possibly sound like something else.
It's interesting, I think we've all experienced this. You have a conversation with someone and they say, my voice is hoarse because I was cheering for a particular football team. It's not COVID.
Yeah.
Or they'll explain, I have,
Right.
right. Everyone's aware of that. I think what you said is really important. If a teacher's concerned about an individual student, then they need to talk with their administrator about that. So the administrator can look into that student's situation and see if there's more information they can find out from the family, or a connect that they can make so that the teacher feels supported, has the information that they need. And I've seen a lot of people that wear a mask if they have allergies, just so that there isn't a question. But of course that can't be imposed, but I think communication and information what help or what can help there. So I would just suggest what you talked about.
Okay.
Have the teacher talk with the administrator and have them in turn contact the family and see what we can find out. The teacher can contact the family directly as well. A lot of them are close with families.
Yeah.
Find out more.
Thank
We
you.
talked with the state today on that call. Ms. Miller brought up that question, and really what they said is, you can contact the family and just ask them to wear a mask or sit separately if there's a question. So.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a proposal that I want to run by the board. There's a couple schools around the state that are now hitting the 2% test to stay. I really don't want to hit that. I mean, so far so good in our district, knock on wood. I think it would be beneficial when a school reaches 1% that we do send a letter out to the parents, letting them know that we are at 1%, cases are rising, so that there is some awareness, and encourage them to wear a mask to school. It wouldn't be required, but I think if we could raise awareness and encouraging them, that at this point we want to do everything we can to control it so we don't hit 2%. How would other board members feel about that?
So I thought in our discussion with Paul before, we were told that we couldn't encourage, that we had to kind of, did I understand that wrong?
Yes, he's wrong, or yes, he's not.
You can't require for any activity. You can make a statement.
Suggestion.
You can encourage. So if that was your understanding, there's clarification.
So you're proposing that it just be a statement of encouragement?
Making the community aware that there are rising cases in their school. They've reached the 1% threshold, and encouraging them to take that into consideration and consider wearing masks, or encourage them to wear masks.
I love that idea. I would absolutely support that.
I'm not sure how I feel about the idea. And it's not because, I've encouraged people to wear masks, that's what makes them feel comfortable. But I worry about the dilemma it causes within the school, within the students. reactions to each other within the reactions from teachers to students and everybody that's in the school. That's my concern.
Mr. Dunford or Ms. Richards, thoughts?
I think there's a big gap between 1% and 2%. I'm a little less comfortable at 1% and saying, oh, the danger, I'm a little less comfortable raising the red flag at 1%.
And last year we were closing the school down on one, weren't we?
At one point.
I think it's pretty interesting. So during the meeting, I went to the county site, and it does a comparison between last year and this year. And there is a big difference that I didn't realize. I guess last year seems like a decade ago, so it's hard to remember what last September was like, but there is a huge difference if you compare our statistics here.
So Mr. Dunford, would you feel more comfortable if that was a different percentage? If it was 1.5?
I don't know. I mean, I would, if a warning can make a difference, great. But if a warning isn't gonna make a difference, I don't know.
And I'm somewhat curious as to how many parents realize, you know, what that means, what 2% means, what 1% means. A lot of parents do because they stay, you know, online with the dashboard and that kind of thing, and they've read the different instructions given and that and all of that. But I wonder what percentage of parents are even aware that that's going to happen. So the good that would come from that, I think, would that we wouldn't catch them off guard, and perhaps help them in that way. I do have a little bit of hesitation with doing that, like Mr. Dunford said, but I don't want to catch them blindsided either. So that's how I feel.
So the concern with sending out a letter of just, hey, here's what's going on in your community, something you could do to help would be if you chose to wear a mask. You're concerned that people will feel threatened or bullied because they chose not to wear a mask? Is that what I'm understanding the concern is?
That's not my concern. My concern is raising a red flag when we're really not that close.
And I guess I don't see where you're raising a red flag when you just recommend mask wearing. We're not mandating, we're just passing on what
Informative.
all of the experts
The letter goes
are
out
recommending.
saying we're at a critical point.
I don't think we use those words. I say, heads up, cases are on the rise in your community. Here are some things that you can do to help protect the people around you and your child. And you make a series of suggestions, such as mask wearing.
So my question is, could that actually have a reverse effect? Because now all of a sudden people know if I go get tested, I'm gonna push the school to 2%. And so we actually see people not getting tested. That's a tricky question that we may want to consider, because it really could backfire against us. Because we want, I think that's happening already, to be honest.
I do too.
But I think if they know they're getting close to 2%, last year I think they still were being tested, but this year I don't know that they will get tested. But I don't know. And there's so many new self-testing too that's gonna be coming out. And
It's out
Yeah.
at a pharmacy near you.
So what if the language was along the lines of, there are rising cases in your area, here's a link to the dashboard so that you can be educated and aware, and we ask that you consider wearing a mask, and
how about a list of things to do instead of just a mask? Like,
I like Nikki's verbiage on that.
yeah, say that again. if you can.
We'll go back and read this.
This is good.
Some suggested,
Yeah, in an effort to help safeguard your children and their peers, here are some suggested things that you could do.
you might
Consider, yeah, that you could consider. You know, mask wearing, maybe increased hand washing,
Yeah, distancing when
social
possible.
distancing where you can. Yeah, just a list of things that, and it's not like we're making this up. This is already the recommendation of the health department.
I can support that.
How many hits does the dashboard get in a day? Can we find out on that? Because I don't know how many people in the district are hitting that dashboard every day and looking at
There are those that hit it many times a day and refresh many times a day. I don't have the exact numbers on you. Get those
it.
for
Would
you.
say it's high, medium, or low.
I would say relatively speaking, it's very high.
So would the average parent be checking that dashboard?
I don't know that. I know there are a few that check it frequently and very routinely.
I mean, if nothing else, it does help that parent know who's not looking at the dashboard, that numbers are climbing. I was shocked to see some of my schools as high as they were, because I had gone several days without looking. You know, so if nothing else,
It raises awareness,
it raises.
and which, you know, helps parents make their own decisions about what they want to do with that.
Yeah, and be sure and add that, the dashboard address.
Okay, so how many of you would support a letter at 1% of making them aware of rising cases, linking to the dashboard, and listing the specific suggestions from the health department of what they can do?
We shouldn't say a 1%, because that's not the standard. For elementary, 15 would be halfway, 30 is the number. They do test to stay at 30, not at 2% at the elementary level. Some of our elementary schools will hit 4% before they do test to stay. So I don't think 1% is a good standard.
And we don't have any of them.
We don't have anyone close.
No, none of my schools are.
We wouldn't do test to stay at an elementary school until they hit 20%.
Or a middle school.
Or sorry, 30, until they hit 30 cases. So at Aspen Elementary that has less than 500 people, for them to hit 30 cases is not 2%.
So let's look at,
So the numbers look scarier than they are.
so say that again. So that's, like, I'm looking at Golden Fields right now, 12 cases.
So we have 0 schools that are even halfway to being test to stay.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So is it 2% or 30 cases,
Yeah, whichever is higher.
whichever is higher?
Yeah, for schools that have an enrollment of less than 1,500 students, it's 30 cases.
So for every one of our middle and elementary schools, except for one middle school, it's 30 cases.
That's correct.
And for every one of our high schools, except for the specialty programs, it's 2%. So Golden Fields would need 18 more cases before they do test to stay, within only a few days, because they're gonna have a huge number come off in a few days.
Now, Mr. Robinson, to your earlier question, the thresholds were different last year. So 15 cases or 1% would have meant closing the school last year.
Maybe that's the standard we use to send out the caution letter,
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So at 15 cases or 1%, whichever is higher?
I'd say I think that's way too low, because the chances of them doubling before cases come off
but, yeah.
is much more likely.
But what are we really asking? I mean,
I'm just asking for the community to be aware that
exactly.
there's rising cases at their school.
It's not like we're sending out an alarm bell. We're just saying,
But some parents will
we're seeing
panic.
a rise.
And then
Some
what happens
parents
if
will
you get that letter like every 3 weeks, because you go down below and then up above and down below and up above. And then all of a sudden the letter doesn't work.
Okay, so
Wouldn't be a hard
only
decision.
Nikki and I are in
if
favor of a letter.
you- Wouldn't be a
There are
hard
other
decision if you
thoughts,
knew what's happening the next 2 or 3 months, right?
But what if we didn't tie it to a specific percentage and just sent the letter?
What would you tie it to?
You send everyone a letter
Just send an awareness letter,
to
the parents.
every school?
Yeah, the whole district.
No.
Well, some with 0 cases right now.
I think the letter, if the letter is to say, hey, we have rising numbers in your school, then we don't want to use it too often. I'm kind of in favor of a letter. I wouldn't be opposed to it. My problem is knowing where to send it. Because I do agree with Bryce. 15 cases, the chances of you get 30, and Majestic, for instance, you know, that's not going to happen. So
So what if we increase those percentages? What if we said 1.5 or 20 cases? 23 cases, whatever.
I would be okay with that.
Okay? I mean, as a parent, I'm just one, I mean, to me, still at 1%, I'm starting to see, boy, there's a lot of cases in our school. But I see the point that they're not, it doesn't mean they're gonna be a test of,
Majestic won't
Stay.
do test to stay until they hit 11.7%.
but as a parent, I don't wanna wait till 11.7 to know there's a problem at that school. I would want to know much sooner.
And River's Edge got to get every single kid in school.
Yeah, yeah.
South Valley.
Okay, is there enough people even interested in sending a letter? Or do we end this discussion at any point? Daryl is, at some point, you just don't know where. Nikki, yes.
I am, but I don't know where that point is.
Jen doesn't know where.
I would almost suggest that we wait a little bit longer and just watch these numbers a little bit more.
Marilyn?
I'd be in favor of a letter, but maybe a little higher percentage or, some kind of, base amount, I don't know.
Okay, and I'm obviously in favor of a letter at some amount. I think Mr. Dunford's,
I'm fine with a warning letter, but I would put the threshold at like 25 cases for elementary school.
and Mr. Young has joined us. I don't know if you've heard enough of this,
Yeah,
that you want to weigh in or
I've been
not weigh in.
listening in on YouTube. It's been great. Has it been working? Yeah, I'm in favor of a letter. So the test to stay happens at 30 for an elementary school.
And all of our middle except for one.
So what if we did, the letter goes out at 15 or 1%, whichever is, whichever's great, would that be the best? So a high school hits 1% at what point? So it would be at 25, right, is what you,
Yeah, for example, Bingham would hit at 25, 1%. Copper Hills at 29.
So 15 or 1%, whichever's greater. Is that the right terminology?
yes,
Because
yes.
Bingham, it wouldn't go out at 15, it would go out at 1% because that's the higher number.
Right, and at a Majestic, it would go out of 15 as opposed to 4. or 3.
Mhm.
That would be my proposal.
See, and I think the likelihood of an elementary school hitting 30 when they're at 15 is a little premature to say, we're warning you. Now, I mean, if the goal is be prepared for a test to stay, I just think the likelihood of hitting 30 when you're at 15, you're considerably further away from 30.
And I guess that's the
If the goal is
question.
simply,
Is that a goal?
if the goal is simply, hey, we've got rising cases, then that's different. But what I heard Tracy say is, I want to avoid test to stay. And what I heard others say is, I want parents to be prepared for test to stay. In that case, then we really ought to be, you're getting really close to test to stay.
Yeah.
So if the goal is, oh, we've got rising cases, then it's a matter of how much do they rise in how period of time. That's a totally different discussion for me than we're getting prepared, we're getting ready for test to stay.
Okay, let me revise my goal then. My primary goal is to make the community aware, is to raise awareness. There are rising cases in their
So
area.
what's your
and
definition
what-
of a rising case?
I'm comfortable with the 1% or 15, whichever is greater.
So do you send a letter every single time they hit 15? So they hit 15, we send a letter, they go up to 18, they come down to 14, and then they hit 15, we send another letter. Then they go up to 16, then they come down. Again, it's the same question of what is your definition of rising cases? If your definition of rising cases is a set number, then going from 12 to 15 over a 2-week period is not a rising cases.
Could we?
It's lots of cases, but it's not rising
Does
cases.
the standard have to be the same for every school? Because one school could be down at like 0 and all of a sudden they're skyrocketing very quickly. We'd want that to go out. So could we just make the recommendation that we would like a letter sent out and have the administrators work with the school board representative of that area and maybe the executive committee, that would be an appropriate letter to send at that time? And not really make it a blanket for everybody, because the blanket is already bad. 30 cases at Majestic is different than 30 cases at Butterfield Canyon.
And I would say, I mean, the trigger that sends it out is 15 or 1%. But if we're hovering for the next month, that could be up to administration. I would think if it's just hovering and bouncing around, we wouldn't send it again. But if it went down to 5 and then back up, we would send it again. And I would leave that as an administrative call.
And I would put a cap and say, we will not send this letter more than once a month.
That's a good idea too.
So if it gets 15, but then all of a sudden the next day it's 14, 13, then...
See, and I would worry about a crying wolf problem. If we're not gonna send a letter, but right now it's really not a problem, but a week from now it really is a problem.
So do we make it like we did last year with the consecutive days in a row at these numbers?
And
That is the definition of a rising cases.
And our administration is well aware that if we hit 15 today, but they know that 10 are coming off tomorrow, they know that, and I think would not send the letter out.
Do you know that now like you did before?
Yeah, we do, we keep track of it, and we can tell trend cases. I mean, we can, if a school was getting close to 15 or exceeding 15, we could ask and look into how many are dropping off in the next week. It's not quite as to the extent we had last year, but we can find that out.
I would just say the letter should go out in between 15 and 20 cases. So it doesn't have to go out at 15, it could go out at 20. And it goes out between 1% and 1.5%. And the decision on when that letter goes out should be an administrative decision. But if we get to 20 cases, it should have already gone out, or it needs to go then. Does that make sense? So that we can kind of look at the whole picture and say, oh, they're just hovering right around there. If my school's 14, 14, 14, then one day it gets 15, I don't think it goes out then. But if I'm at 7 and all of a sudden I'm at 16, then maybe it should go out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and there needs to be some wiggle room and judgment calls in here.
Unless the reason it went from 7 to 16 was because of one family.
Yeah.
We're gonna send a letter to the whole community because of one family.
And again, that decision is best made by administration. And so if we give them a range, and then they work with the local board member, the executive committee, and letting us know. The good news is we don't even have the school closed.
Yeah, knock on wood, thank you.
If the dashboard's correct.
Okay, so let me put it out this way. How many people would be in favor of sending a letter at 15 or 1%, whichever is greater, and then giving administration the leeway?
I don't think that's the correct wording. It's 15 for schools under 1,500, and it's 1% for schools over 1,500.
Is that,
You can't say whichever is greater. I think we have to make the distinction by size of the school.
okay, so I'll rephrase that. 15 for schools under 1,500 and 1% for schools over 1,500. The letter go out, linking to the dashboard, making them aware and suggesting, giving them the suggestions from the health department of what they can do. And then we will delegate to administration the flexibility to determine if they've hit that threshold, that the cases really aren't rising, we expect them to go down, that they have that leeway, whether or not to send it out. And then also the discretion, the intent is that it doesn't go out more than once a month, but it's hovering around and bouncing around. Raise your hand if you're comfortable with that. Okay, there's 5 with that. Okay. Dr. Godfrey, is that clear enough for you?
Yes, we'll draft that letter and send that out so that we're ready to send it. If school meets that threshold, then it makes sense to send that based on the trend.
Thank you.
So there was some suggestion that there be consultation with the board member in whose area that school resides. I didn't hear that as part of the direction. Is that not part of the direction? And I just want to be clear on that.
Let's throw that out there as an amendment. Who's in favor of adding that amendment? So consultation with the board member over that school.
Or just the heads, I don't know that I need to respond, but I'd like to be made aware that the letter was going.
A heads up, not a consultation.
Yeah.
I just need to know before it goes out, because I'll get calls immediately.
Okay, so at least 4 people are good with an amendment to give a heads up to the board member in that area before a letter goes out. Is that correct? Okay.
We would likely just inform the entire board, but be sure that we had contact with the board member over that area.
I like that.
Yes, I do too. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that discussion. Anything else on pandemic responses? Anyone else have a question or proposal?
I have a question. I'm curious, This kind of goes back to the conversation about overnight travel. Is there a point at which our board says, yeah, we're not going to go on trips anymore? I'm just curious if there's an appetite for that among this group. Silence means no, that's okay. It's just a question. It's fair, it's a fair question.
It's a fair question. For my answer,
You
I
stumped
have
us.
to see. I'm okay with saying that if there is a need for that.
You would want to wait and see.
Yeah.
And see, I think if we're in a test to stay, probably we shouldn't be traveling. If we're at 2% or 30 cases, heaven forbid 11%, we probably shouldn't be spreading that.
But if I test negative, you're gonna take that senior trip away from me.
Or we could, I don't know, can we have a test to travel? Are we allowed to make those decisions?
If we're in a test to stay, then I tested negative to come back to school.
That's true.
And it's a school activity, so you would have to test to stay to go on the trip if your school was in the test to stay.
You would, that's true, you would have to test negative to go on the trip.
Because it's a school activity. The question is if they're high but haven't reached that threshold,
Yeah, what?
could we require a test to go?
I'm just receiving multiple phone calls from constituents saying, I'm nervous to put out this money and not know if your board is gonna throw a curveball at me.
It won't be the board, it will be Mr. Sorensen right there.
Brother Sorensen? Come on.
Or it will be the community where we're going, it'll be the state where we're traveling to. There are so many variables.
That's gonna be the real.
It won't be the board that's doing it. It will be some other entity that will do it.
So we wait and don't do anything.
I think we're all kind of in that limbo. I understand the parents or the constituents' concerns about making that payment. I 100% understand that. I don't think any of us have the answer to that.
I did have one parent want to know that her child could be in a room with other vaccinated children, to have share a hotel room for that. I don't know if Mr. Sorensen, have you been asked that by anyone? And are we making accommodations for that?
I haven't been asked that particular question about vaccine. There are a lot of parents that are just genuinely concerned about.
Using money.
I think the most important thing is, and what we've emphasized, is that as we go to this trip, it needs 85% parent approval before it moves forward. And that's never been more important than now. That this particular trip, if you don't feel comfortable and don't want to do it, don't hesitate to say, I feel that way. So yeah, every trip that we put forward in a parent meeting, we allow parents to kind of make that decision and choose if this is a trip they want to do. Of course, every trip is optional, but it's like you said, our guarantees are challenging. We just can't guarantee that everything's going to go smoothly
So that 85%, does that happen before they plan the trip?
yeah, so the process is that once it comes to us and receives permission to move forward to go to a parent approval, then they have that parent meeting. At that parent meeting, there's a lot of pressure, right? I mean, we've gone through this over years, that it used to be just a hand raise and nobody wanted to raise their hand because they didn't want to feel like they don't want to go, but how do I say no when everybody else is saying yes? We've tried to move that to kind of a written format where there's actually a form and a paper where they can quietly say no, and only the coach and advisor or administration sees that. But there certainly is still some concerns in that setting as well. So it's a little more discreet, it's a better opportunity for parents to quietly say they don't agree with this trip. And we've advised administration as well as advisors that we just have to be honest, and it's okay that, you know, it's a weird year. And if parents are feeling uneasy, then we've even tried to say that to our groups that are going out. Our principals have emphasized that with coaches, advisors, that, you know, because it doesn't ever go to parents until it's already gone through the advisor or teacher and the local administration before it gets to us, and then back down to parents. So each one of those have always just kind of been, do we want to move forward? But principals, teachers alike, they feel the pressure from parents wanting to make sure they get their credits that they have available, you know, for trips, or they're going on their senior trip, that this is my life-changing experience. So they feel that pressure as well. There's no easy answer.
And if they do have concerns about roommate assignments, they can talk to the coach or the principal about that, right?
They can. The challenge is divulging who's vaccinated and who's not. You know, so to say that, to put them, we haven't had that question, but to kind of say, our teachers don't know who's vaccinated, you know, so they wouldn't know how to make that room assignment. But, so we have to be careful about that kind of information that we give out to people who are not vaccinated and who are vaccinated.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Any others related to the pandemic? Okay. Thank you. Let's take a break. And we'll take a break for 20 minutes and we'll start back up at 6:30.
This is who we like to room with. Exactly. It's on them to figure that out. It's good. Okay.
Yeah, I met with Tammy quite
You have a chance, Tracy. Tracy, you have a chance. The earliest we ever got out could be tonight, right? That's unless we get tripped over the news.
I think I can right now.
I'm really tired, that would be great.
wait for the recording.
Okay, we're on. Welcome back from break. We will continue with our study session. We are on letter H, review of the 2021-22 Friday schedule. Dr. Godfrey.
Just wanted to talk a little bit about the implementation of the Friday schedule this year. I would just first off say that this is another iteration of the Friday schedule, and we have two different types of Fridays. The regular Friday schedule, which is shorter than it was pre-pandemic, but still in person. And then the flexible Fridays that we have scattered throughout the year that are closer to what last year's Fridays looked like. And so all of that is new, even though they both resemble previous iterations of the Friday schedule. They're new, and I appreciate all the hard work that has gone into implementing those. I'm sure that board members have received a wide range of feedback on those two types of Fridays, as have I. There are those who will defend a flexible Friday as fiercely as some will condemn it. There are others who see a lot of positives with the regular Friday schedule and others that have difficulties. Some of the trends that I've seen are just depending on the individual school. There are some questions about kindergarten schedules because that's very dependent on that individual school's circumstances, particularly as it relates to transportation. The flexible Friday saw a pretty, I've heard an average of even 5 students per teacher at the high school level that stopped in for help on the flexible Friday that we just had. And some groups of students working together on projects and that sort of thing. Some things to iron out in terms of maybe crossing guards and that level of coordination. The cities have been great to work with, and we just need to continue to iron that out. There is, as the name indicates, some flexibility in the way that looks from school to school. And really transportation back and forth is part of the question. The transportation is for the full time. If a student wants to be there for only part of the time, then there isn't busing for just that portion. But lunches seem to go smoothly. There was some participation. There's a varying degree. The amount of work expected of students in various classes and at various levels is not consistent, but that's also because of the level of flexibility that's been given for that. So I just wanted to talk about what we've heard so far. I think this would be, if I may make this suggestion, maybe it's been talked about before, I think this is a great LEAC discussion in that October meeting, just to get some feedback from teachers about how that's going. Previous discussions about Fridays were very helpful to me as I attended that meeting, so we knew where we could clarify and what other decisions maybe needed to be made about that. So I just wanted to give that summary and answer any questions that you may have about the implementation of those two different Friday schedules this year. And I would note that it's on the agenda and a subject of discussion because we understand that there are adjustments that need to be made, and we want to make those tweaks and provide that clarity that can make those days as effective as possible.
Okay, what are any questions, concerns, or feedback on Fridays, both the weekly schedule or the Flex Fridays?
I have a question. Busing was an issue. We decided on high school to bus high school kids after the instruction time because the assumption is that many of them drive and if they don't want to stay, can just go home.
After class time, but also after that hour.
Right, after the personal learning time.
Yes.
So those who don't drive were stuck at the school,
It also,
or had to find another way home.
it also works logistically to be able to bus everyone that we bus after that hour.
After the instructional learning. But middle school was a question mark. Did we end up busing before? We had talked about busing before personalized learning,
We bus
so that the whole student body wasn't there, and then those needing personal time would either have to Zoom in electronically or find a ride back, or stay and then get a ride home. But we ended up busing before personal learning time for middle school, right?
We bus after for high school, before for middle school.
Okay.
And there is not any time scheduled at the elementary school on a regular Friday when only a part of the student body is there.
And after doing it a couple times, you still feel good about that? About the busing before? I've heard great reviews, mixed in some areas, but my curiosity was about, did we meet the need with busing before and after in that schedule? Any suggested recommendations, any changes you would make, or you're still comfortable with, we're gonna bus after for high school, before for middle school?
I'm interested in continuing the discussion and looking at feedback, but we don't have any overwhelming indication that we need to change that. There was an initial concern, I'll give you an example of just the feedback that we had initially with middle school. There was a concern that the flexible Friday busing would be mirroring the other Friday busing. And so that's a longer time than we were initially planning on. But that last hour, we found that maybe 20 students have stayed for the full time, so it didn't create the issues that we thought it might. So, like I said, I'm eager for ongoing feedback, but at this point, we don't have any plans for major adjustments in the transportation schedule.
Do you know how many middle school students took advantage of the personalized learning hour?
They felt good about the number. I don't know the exact number, but they felt.
So both high school and middle school levels felt like it was an effective use of the time?
That they had good participation at that time, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a difference for elementary?
Elementary doesn't have personalized learning time in the same way, in that it isn't just a portion of the student body that's there.
So what I'm hearing, it's the Friday and the Flex Friday both are working a lot better in secondary than elementary. Are you hearing the same thing or not? I'm hearing a lot of elementary teachers are having a really difficult time with this, but I don't know if that's a general thing or just specific of people who are talking.
I think the schools have, I've heard most about kindergarten. That's not everywhere, and schools have really been able to troubleshoot that on an individual level. Everything's a little bit different just based on the numbers, number of teachers.
And they have flexibility within their school to correct that, correct?
Yes, they have flexibility within their school to make that work.
Okay.
I haven't heard, when you say I've heard from a lot of teachers, I haven't heard from a lot of teachers. I've heard from some, but not overwhelming, that elementary it's not working well, but it is working well at secondary. It is difficult. I do think that even last year it was a difficult thing at the elementary level because you want smaller groups, maybe they're there for an hour. Is that harder for parents to have them there for an hour versus a middle school student there for an hour or a high school student there for an hour? So, yeah, I think, you also have 7 or 8 classes at the high school and middle school level, so maybe you have one teacher this week and another teacher the next week that you need help from, whereas it's just very different from level to level. But to say that it's been a lot more negative, the feedback from the elementary level versus secondary, I wouldn't say that.
I heard a concern at a school community council meeting we were discussing what Mr. Dunford had mentioned with middle school going home before the hour. And I said, we've asked that teachers open up virtual options for students who bus. And the teacher said, it doesn't work because they're not off the bus in time to do a virtual option.
So they're riding home for over an hour?
That's what they told me in this meeting. I'm just curious is that the case? Do we see that bus routes are going for that long?
My children live probably further away from their high school than the average student in this district, and their bus ride home does not take an hour. From Bell to walking in the door is not even close to an hour.
So you've been walking from the bus stop to the house?
Yep.
If you're a bused student, you're threading the needle a little bit because you've got to try to hop on and make it work with the teacher as soon as you get home. That's something we can talk with principals about and ask them to make sure that they're working with students who are bused to see if they feel like they're able to access teachers the way that they need to.
And that could just be the student looking for an excuse, right? Like, oh, sorry, I was on the bus, I couldn't get on. I'm just curious how valid that concern is, whether that's kids trying to get out of it or if we actually have bus routes like that.
I mean, it could also be the teacher wanting them on at the beginning of the hour, not the end of the hour.
And so maybe that's also a communication that maybe you need to be mindful and hold virtual sessions at least half an hour into your hour. I don't know.
The alternative is worse, to keep everyone at the school, then you've got kids wandering around.
But
And
that's what's happening at high school, right?
yeah, but most of them drive, and so they can go home.
My daughter doesn't. She's let me hear a lot about it.
She's not a fan of waiting around.
Well, if there's a boy in the hall, it's worth it, but there is like a big segment of people that just have to hang out in the hall.
Or is the media center open? Can they go in and do homework?
Yes.
That's what I do.
I would say there are probably more options afforded at the high school than at the middle school level.
Anywhere.
As far as what they can do, who they can participate with.
We have relatively low ridership to begin with, just on a regular day. And Mr. Robinson, I want to answer your question again, more fully again. I never want anyone to feel like their individual circumstance has been left out when I'm making a comment. Every grade level, every subject, that implementation of Friday is just a little bit different. And it's difficult for certain reasons, and it can be really helpful for other reasons, and so.
Well, I visited some schools on the Flex Friday, and so I heard a lot about it because they're just experiencing it for the first time.
Right.
And I think that's somewhat of the frustrations that I heard. This might work out on the second or third time.
Sure.
But anyways, thank you.
Most of my emails or communications were regarding kindergarten. You've already talked about that a little bit, but will you remind me why kindergarten teachers feel like they are working more hours than grades 1 through 6?
It's the transition from dropping off afternoon students as the bus picks up morning students. And so there's not the level of transition time because kindergartners are already having lunch, so there isn't that built-in time for kindergarten teachers.
And you said that individual schools are trying to remedy that. How would they go about maybe fixing that a little bit?
They've used other staff to help manage that transition so that the teacher has some time during that transition time. If I try to go into greater detail, I'm going to start to stray from what's
Not necessary.
all of the details, but I know that our administrators of schools have worked individually with principals to brainstorm, to share ideas from school to school on the best way to do that. Like I said, it comes back down to it's really the bused students, because you can set up the drop-off and the pickup times for parents so that you're managing that and creating some space there. It's the busing. And it just doesn't work to do 4 kindergarten runs in that short of a time.
Right.
If you can combine the drop-off and the pickup to get to the school in that.
So 2 things then. I'm hearing that they almost don't even have time for a restroom break. I hear that a lot.
I would love for you to tell me which schools those are so that we can, not right now.
No, I won't do it right now, but I can tell you that. The second thing is, can we at some point have the AOSs revisit that and see with their school specifically what can be done? Because I'm hearing it a lot.
How many different schools would you say you've heard that from?
Well, some of the emails I've received, I think the others have received as well, so I don't know.
Okay.
It's several.
Why don't, I would love to know which schools you've heard from. We'll touch base with those principals, find out what's happening there, see what we can make work. And I think we have some flexibility to, and some ideas that have worked well that we can apply from school to school. That's what I'm hearing, is that there's an issue, we address it, we apply some of those ideas that have worked in schools that are similarly situated, and we've been able to create space for teachers in the middle. That's a very legitimate concern. They need that time.
Okay, thank you.
So just let me be clear on that. There is no board directive policy in place that is causing or preventing the appropriate solutions to be had at each school level.
The parameters established by the board allow for us to problem solve at the school level to address the issue of kindergarten, a break for kindergarten teachers in the middle.
There may be 1 or 2 district level constraints, i.e. transportation, that would require a principal to solicit the assistance of their AOS to perhaps solve part of the problem.
Right.
But those can be solved as well.
I'm not aware of any problem that would require board action for a solution.
So if our kindergarten teachers are feeling this burden, they need to take it to their principal, seek assistance there, and be a little insistent that that principal engage with their AOS to solve the problem. Is that a fair?
Yep. That would be a good route for addressing the issue.
I do like the idea of getting feedback from our LEAC on how Fridays are working out. I think that'd be very valuable. When's our next meeting, and is our agenda already full for that one?
October 7th. It is October 7th. We were talking about looking over the dress
code, yeah.
A recap on the excellence pay, and then how employees feel supported and not supported by the board. And what would you like us to do moving forward? I'm more than happy to add it, I just don't know.
Right, is that too full of an agenda?
A lot.
Sorry, I just threw it out there. I know that we've got an established agenda.
No, I understand.
No, I really would like
It's
feedback.
A fast conversation.
That was more of an update to follow up from the time before.
I
Yeah.
don't think there's such a thing as a fast conversation with Leanne,
That's wisdom.
and that's a positive.
Which is good.
That's a very positive. They always bring up things we don't see.
Do we anticipate making any changes like mid-year or anything? I mean, because then we would want to have that conversation with LEAC earlier rather than later. But if we're planning to stay pretty steady, maybe tweaking it a little bit, then that conversation could be much later. And I don't know the answer to that. You might know, the answer.
We don't have anything planned right now.
So perhaps that could be in the next LEAC meeting?
Which is when?
Because they've only done one Flex Friday, so that it's hard to really say it's working or it's not until you've done a couple.
I don't think the next one has been scheduled.
No.
Typically do January.
And March,
So if this is a program that we're gonna stick with for the whole year, I would say January would be appropriate. But if we want to do some major overhauls mid-year, I think that we ought to tackle that over some of the other subjects.
I think it's difficult to do an overhaul without the full mid-year. I think it's too soon to do an overhaul.
I think it's okay to ask where the problems are.
Yeah, and I would only want to do an overhaul if we're hearing that there's enough problems that it warrants an overhaul.
Yeah. Well, and we could ask the question, we could bring the question up at LEAC and have some kind of a way that they can report back to us about their individual schools so we can gather some data and then have a more serious conversation in the next one.
Can you make that a homework assignment?
It'd be a good homework assignment. Just we're interested to know what changes, what your feedback, what you like, for small changes, and then that wouldn't take hardly any time if they're gonna do most of that outside of the meeting.
I do like that. We could even go so far as to actually survey on it. What are people's general feeling? Do we need an overhaul of Fridays right now? Or just keep gathering more feedback? Okay, sounds like most people want it together.
I do have one more question about our Fridays, and this has been brought to my attention, and I didn't have an answer. How are we taking attendance on Fridays? Or are we?
Flex Friday or regular?
Either or, both?
On a regular Friday that's in person, we just take attendance as we would any other day. On a flexible Friday, there's a specific policy for virtual instruction, taking attendance on a virtual instruction day, and we use that method like we did last year. The same
They turn the assignment in, they get credit for being there.
Any level of, any kind of engagement is considered attendance.
I was very pleased. All 5 of my children had a legitimate assignment, not too overwhelming, not too simple. I was very pleased.
Okay. And just feedback I'm hearing, it really is all over the board. I'll get one email saying, get rid of Flex Friday, and then the next one says, can we have Flex Friday every month? And then another one that says, does it have to be Flex Friday? Can we just have that be a whole teacher prep day? So I'm just, it's all over the board.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say, I noticed my feedback turned far more positive after the Flex Friday was over than before. I guess they were anticipating it was like, why are we doing this? This makes no sense, we're so confused. And then I asked for feedback afterwards and it seemed far more positive. So I think that's a kudos to our teachers and administration.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
So I just say at LEAC, let's open the door for January discussion. We'll just present it and tell them that will be a major topic in January.
Or ask them to be getting some feedback from their buildings in preparation.
Is everyone supportive of that for the ACT in January?
Yes.
Okay, good. Any other questions or concerns about the Friday schedule? Okay. We will move on to board policy GP 111, types of meetings. And this policy, if you go down to letter I of the policy, has a sunset provision in there. We put this in, I believe, at the beginning of the pandemic, that our requirement to have a quorum present for meetings, we waived that until the end of June. And that has now expired. And so I just want to run a couple of ideas by the board, get some directions on what you would like to see moving forward. I talked to Mr. Van Komen about this to find out what the legal requirements are on it. And I would like to propose that, we get rid of letter I that is now sunsetted and is no longer applicable, but that we work some language into the policy that allows us to hold an electronic meeting in the future, should some other need arise. I hate to even mention what those needs might be, right? Another knock on wood. Yeah, so just, I just want to get your feedback on that, if that's something you're comfortable or not with. I would propose saying something along the lines of, I think it's 3A that says a quorum is required. To change that to a quorum is typically required. However, at the request of 3 board members, the board could conduct an electronic meeting where a quorum is not physically present. Any thoughts? Is that something the board's interested in doing?
Can we just drop item 4? H4, Paul? Can we just drop H4?
I'm looking at the wrong number. What does it begin with?
111, GP 111?
No,
H4. Oh, it begins, a quorum of the board is required to be physically present?
Yeah, the issue there is that is a self-imposed requirement by this board.
Right.
Statute does not require a quorum or that board members be physically present, provided you do have a policy that allows for electronic meetings. So you could certainly tweak 4, get rid of that. You could provide more detail. You could specify what takes place a little bit better with electronic meetings. We learned a lot through the pandemic. There are some requirements if you're going to have an electronic meeting that deal with an anchor location, or whether or not you don't need to even have an anchor location. Those could be sort of, I think, updated in the policy without simply restating the code section. There are also some provisions in the policy as they exist now where you limit the number of electronic meetings that board members can have. Those are very clearly board decisions as to what you do with that. So yeah, you could get rid of 4, you could tweak 4. If you're updating,
it actually was, I said 3, but I did mean 4. So you're right, it was tweaking 4 that I was looking at.
If you're updating the policy.
Tweak 4 and 10. You've got to tweak 4 and tweak 10.
Yes.
If you're updating the policy, I think we could do some tweaking to E, just to make some reordering and maybe make those shorthand notations a little bit better. Not refer to personnel, but character, competency, or health of an individual. Some other minor tweaks, but certainly you have a lot of discretion as well.
So let's take these one at a time. So looking at 4, are you interested in just getting rid of 4 and not requiring a quorum to be present? Or would you be interested in tweaking 4 so that we say a quorum is typically required, but under certain circumstances we're not going to allow it? Or we are going to allow electronic meetings?
One thought I had on that is, there may be a situation where you have an item that is going to be a closed session item, legitimately, where it doesn't really, time is of the essence, maybe it's an emergency meeting in the sense that term is defined under the Open Meetings Act, where it's not a regularly scheduled meeting, there's time constraints. That may be a circumstance where you just want to do it virtually, but you would have to just have the vote in an open session. Those are some of the reasons why you may want to have some specificity or some conditions, or make it clear that you can allow it. You could also just do away with 4, but then it's really not defined as to, well, when do you have an entire electronic meeting? Those are just some of my thoughts.
Is everyone interested in at least putting something into the policy that says we can have electronic meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to do, just even take out, we don't need a quorum, present in a physical location, we can just have them?
Yes.
Do you want to put any parameters on that, like in extenuating circumstances, or if executive committee calls it, or do you want to just have the option out there?
I would favor just dropping it, because 3 requires it to be open to the public. And so I'm very comfortable with just dropping 3.
Dropping 4?
Dropping 4.
But does 3 require that at least one person has to be physically present?
That we would need some language in there, because if we have an electronic meeting, there still needs to be an anchor location that the public can come to, unless it's determined that it's not safe to have the anchor location. So we'd have to have some language in there about that.
Or does the bottom of H do that? Board members may attend and participate by electronic means in regular study or study session meetings of the board in accordance with this policy and Utah code. Do we need to regurgitate what Utah code requires, or just reference Utah code? So that says we can have electronic meetings as long as you follow Utah code. And Utah code is the one that requires those conditions.
That's true.
Anyone else have any thoughts?
Okay with just dropping it then.
Or just allowing us to have an electronic meeting if we so choose?
Yeah.
Marilyn, you're okay with that? Matt? Okay.
Talk to me a little bit about 10 right now. We have allowed board members 2 times in the school calendar year to participate electronically. So if you can't be here, but the rest of us are here, we have that up too. Is everyone comfortable with that? Cap, do you want to change it? Another idea I had is leave it, but if the whole board holds an electronic meeting, that doesn't count towards your 2. Any thoughts on that?
I think there was a day and a time where there was a real difference between attending the meeting in person and attending the meeting electronically. And the strain of attending the meeting electronically pushed that policy. But I think with technology today, it's as legitimate to attend virtually as in person. I can participate just as much in person, or virtually, as in person. So I don't see that as a need for the public to have their representative there in person. As there was a time where, as a public, I think my representative should be there in the meeting itself. I would be in favor of dropping item 10.
I would drop it too. My predecessor had some situations where he couldn't be here, but probably had we opened up that window, he could have actively participated. So if you reach your 2, does that mean you can't participate at all? And
Yeah, according to this policy, yeah.
I would much rather have him participate at home than just say, sorry, I reached my 2, I can't.
Well, and it does say unless otherwise approved by the board, so we could still make an exception for the 2.
I'm with Bryce, I'd drop that.
I hold classes with people all over the world, and it's legitimate.
I would probably be in favor of just keeping it.
The 2.
Not probably, I am in favor of keeping it. Because there is that coverage of otherwise approved by the board. But I don't know if it necessarily needs to be approved by board or executive committee. 'Cause approved by the board means that everybody needs to be notified and that everybody needs to say yes.
But when would it not be approved? When would you not approve? Sorry, if you can't be here in person, then you're just not going to participate at all. In today's world, when would the board not approve them?
I was gonna say, I mean, I think the only, is if just some board member just decides they're just gonna stop coming in person, just because they don't like to come in person. I think that would be the only, I can't see this board doing that ever, but this, maybe some future board has that problem. I think that would be the only reason to leave it in there. But who's to say that's even a bad thing? I don't know.
All my meetings are virtual.
You have a disproportionate number of online teachers
Yeah.
in this room.
That's true.
It's the only way I teach.
Yeah, think forward to future boards, I guess. Long-term policy, but policy can always be changed.
The only reason that I would possibly keep it is if it was abused. I really feel like this meeting needs to be a priority in our lives. We were elected to do this job, and I think in person, not that virtual isn't good, it is, and I think you can participate really well that way, but I really feel like an in-person meeting should be a priority with us. And so if we saw it being abused, I think this would be needed.
One alternative in this regard may be some sort of, there's an expectation. If the board feels it's a problem, you could have some sort of censure. I think the idea is so you can put the public on notice that maybe the board as a whole doesn't agree with that behavior. I don't know if push came to shove how enforceable it would be in today's environment if you allow for them to bar somebody's participation. What if somebody had been sick? Taking away that discretion. But these are just, I'm just putting them out here, you still have a lot of discretion, just an alternative that came to mind.
So it sounds like most of the board's in favor of getting rid of 4 and 10. I propose we work on a red line to bring back next time and putting in the language that we need to make up for the changes in 4 and 10. And we'll bring a red line back to the next study session and we can look at it closer and discuss it again.
While you're doing that, I think it'd be useful just really quickly to touch on 7 and 8 because there's currently a requirement that if you're going to participate, you give at least 24 hours notice. And 7, that's just something to consider again. And then number 8, during the pandemic, particularly when we all participated, I don't think any of us would want to announce every time somebody comes in or out of a room if we're meeting somewhere. There are some requirements under this policy that may be outdated or that you may want to reconsider. Certainly, I think there are expectations of professionalism and whatnot, but I don't know that you have to always announce who's with you, or I don't know if there's any direction going into that before we do a red line. There may be some thoughts, we may leave it until the next time, whatever.
Because it says that when you're participating, you should identify for the recording who is present.
And why you are participating, what your extenuating circumstances are. So if we're saying that's not a requirement, we need to clearly address that.
Anyone, any thoughts on that? If you're participating electronically, want to say for the record what your circumstances are and who's present with you? Let's take a shot at it, and we'll look at it next time. Give people time to think.
I just never
Over it.
remember this happening when someone has participated electronically. That would be weird to be like, I am in my kitchen, I have my dog.
My daughter just walked in for a drink.
Right?
Why would we need to say who's with us unless it's closed session?
But it says it in the, yeah, I'd like to see that tweaked. I mean, I can see announcing who's there because you can't see. I mean, the camera's pretty far back. It's hard to tell who's speaking and who's where. So I think it's nice when we say everybody is here or whatever, but I don't think we need to go that detailed. I am participating from Hawaii. I know Mr. Ian liked to rub that in our faces when he was listening to waves crash, but I could have done without it.
I liked it.
It was nice ambiance. I'm just kidding, by the way.
And what about number 2? Board members may attend and participate by electronic means in a regular or special board meeting only when extenuating circumstances prevent a board member from physically attending the meeting. I don't know what the legal definition of extenuating is.
I was just gonna say, what is the extenuating?
Just, it's like any good excuse, isn't it?
Who identifies that for us?
Yeah.
And why, like, we're already limiting the number of times we're doing it.
But if we take out the limit, do we still leave in the extenuating circumstances?
I think that's in the spirit of the ethics policy in 103, that there is an expectation of the public that you will attend these meetings. That's the general expectation of your office.
And extenuating is just that you have a good excuse, right? Is that the, okay.
Well, extenuating means beyond your control, almost. So maybe we need to
That's
change
the
that
legal
word.
definition. Okay. This is good. This was just to throw out there and kind of get some general direction. I will work with Mr. Van Komen. We'll bring back a red line. This will give you time to think about it, and we'll talk about it in the study session again. Any other questions or concerns on that? Okay, thank you. We are to board and superintendent reports and comments. Let's start. Mr. Robinson, do you have anything? Ms. George?
No.
Ms. Atwood?
I don't have anything at this point.
Ms. Richards?
Sure. I just wanted to make note that Tracy and I attended Bingham High School Community Council meeting the other night, and I appreciated the dress code presentation. And you can expect that at all of the school community councils as you attend.
Secondary ones, that is.
Secondary, excuse me, the secondary ones. It was very well done, and the questions were answered and asked, and I think people went away with a greater appreciation for what we're trying to do with that dress code. I also wanted to shout out to Hidden Valley Middle School for their 9/11 program. Very well done and greatly appreciated on my part because, it's kind of a tender day for all of us, so thank you.
Can I ask a question? Marilyn just triggered in my mind. So, as I understood, those presentations were going to be sent to elementary schools that they could show but not have a representative there and secondary would have a representative. Am I remembering that correctly?
It was at his discretion.
The plan is, we've got a screencast of the presentation that has been given so far to 2 community councils. Starting next week, we have about 12 or 13 secondary community councils over the course of about 4 days. And so we'll present the screencast, which is about 10 minutes, and then a member of cabinet, either Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Hamlin, Mr. Curtis, maybe one of us, will be there to answer questions and dialogue about it. We'll see.
Okay, Mr. Dunford.
Nope.
Mr. Young?
Curious about redistricting and our role in that. Is somebody at the administration in contact with the county on redistricting? Do we just all of a sudden one day receive new boundaries? Who has that information?
I haven't been contacted. Mr. Larson, have you been contacted?
No.
Mr. Stoddard and I worked on it last time, and we consulted with board members just about their area, not what the exact boundaries would be, but what the concerns were. Each precinct had to be within just a fraction of a percentage population-wise, and we brought a proposed map to the county council, who then voted on whether to adopt that. I haven't heard anything about whether we will be involved or in what way this time around.
So I had heard that maybe Travis Hamlin would have been contacted, but you would have known that if he would have been contacted. Okay.
That's a good question. It seems like that process should have started by now.
Yeah.
Did everybody see that they're surveying the general public?
But that's for state level.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of
But
a
it kind
trigger.
of left it open. You could just leave your opinions or comments. That's how I read it.
Does it let you?
But I'm wondering if that's making it go slower.
Does it let you go down to a school board to?
It just lets you, like, you could draw maps and then you could just fill in, like, an explanation of your feelings or recommendations. So I
But
just
you-
assumed that they would,
Did it let you do a local school board?
I mean, I don't know that,
It was congressional, right?
I thought that process was for state level.
and it probably was intended that way. I just felt like it was
Yeah,
open-ended.
the county hasn't done anything.
So is that the county clerk's office? Is it, who's writing point on county level redistricting? Do we know that?
I don't know that.
I know somebody that's working for them, I could reach out and find out what the process is.
The clerk is best guess, but
And my guess would be December would be when we would do it.
The code section gives that authority to the county legislative body because we have more than one municipality, so.
Okay, so is anybody else interested in getting details?
I am.
Yeah, I would like to know.
Been asking that question for a while.
So could we ask somebody in administration, or do we want someone on the board to find this out? I'm going to propose that we ask our business administrator in connection with our board attorney to make some phone calls and report back to the board what the county's process is this year and what input we as a board are going to have.
And what their timelines are for when this is going to happen.
Yeah.
I like that. Is everyone else in favor of that?
And I don't take this wrong, I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea that administration would be the first people to set those borders. That's an interesting part of that process. That two administrators would have put those together and brought that to the board is interesting to me.
There were restrictions on what level of involvement an elected official was able to have.
Is that what it was?
Yes. We were not eager to be part of that process.
Yeah, could we have put together a citizens committee to have done that?
That was a decade ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. And I'd been on cabinet 5 or 6 years, but still it was.
I'd love to know that process and know things like that. Could we use a citizens committee to make those initial proposals, or does it have to be, does it have to be that administrative level?
And there may have been some citizen input. Dave and I were ultimately responsible for it. I don't want to suggest that we kept that from board members or kept it from citizens, or that the two of us did it on our own either.
Yeah.
It was that we were ultimately responsible. We presented to the county council. We coordinated the effort. We worked closely with student services because, like I said, it was just within a fraction of a percentage. What's interesting for our district, that's how Mr. Robinson's precinct has
exploded.
So many more people because there's no accounting for growth.
Right. It is.
You don't say, hey, going forward, we know that this is going to be out of balance before too long.
But can you look at areas and say this is going to? I guess
you really can't.
Only within a percentage.
The equality is at that moment.
And it's just a hair's breadth of difference that you can have in the number of citizens. That's the other difference. That's the other difference is it's not enrollment. And so sometimes the number of schools within your precinct can be out of whack as well. And whether you have a high school, it's just very interesting. But I don't remember the details, so I'm sorry I can't share that. But I just remember that the input from board members had to be very limited and it was just very restricted because it was the elected official who would potentially benefit from one plan versus another. There were some separations, but I think it's a really important question for us to be asking so that we know exactly what level of input we can get from whom and in what format.
Even though it's the state legislators who decide their own
So it was way back in the 2010s, you know?
That would be my proposal, is that we ask the business administrator in concert with our board attorney to report back to us, to communicate with the county and report back to us the process and timeline of redistricting.
Any comments on that?
Well, I appreciate Mr. Young's suggestion, and I agree with it. I think we need to know these things. I'm a little bit questioning whether Mr. Larson should be the one who's ultimately responsible for that. That's my only question.
Who would you suggest?
Mr. Hamblin has, a lot of boundary maps and enrollment and that kind of thing. I just know that Mr. Larson is very, very busy with a lot on his plate, and so I'm just wondering, that's my question.
Again, I'm not suggesting that he do the work. I'm suggesting that, and if he wants to delegate it to anyone with the many hundreds of employees that operate under his purview, by all means. He's an individual who's here at our meetings and could very easily and capably do that, who may already have those relationships. But I don't care who does it.
Mr. Larson, are you comfortable with that assignment? Does Mr. Hamblin report up through you? Up through Mr. Anderson?
Well, why don't we just say our administration can figure that out for us? Whether it's whether it's Mr. Larson or Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, really, the only part is I'd like our board attorney to be involved.
I agree with that.
Does everyone support administration working with Mr. Van Komen to get that information on the process and timeline?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Do you, any questions? Need any clarification?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up.
It's on your shoulders now, Superintendent.
Yeah.
You
You're
got
not
it.
busy enough.
No problem, we got it. We got it. I'm curious myself.
Yeah.
For Utah School Boards Association, you all should have received a flyer in the mail about regional meetings. The one for us is Sandy, September 23rd. Sorry, in Sandy on September 23rd. However, if that's not convenient, you can attend any meeting on here that you choose. This will be the chance to review legislative priorities, the proposed bylaw change that's coming up, going over the USB funding studies, some other things on there. So just wanted to make sure you got that. If you're not getting email from USB, let me know.
Is that for everybody or just those who are on the legislative?
No, it's all board members. So if you didn't get the invite, let me know. And then Leadership Academy is this weekend. So look forward to that. Dr. Godfrey and I are teaching a class. I've been asked to teach a class at it.
What are you teaching?
It's the same time that Mr. Van Komen is also teaching a class at it. So we won't be offended if you go to Mr. Van Komen's class, because I'm sure it'll be great.
We're going to start
Bringing
the class
chocolates.
with a suggestion that people go to yours.
With a map.
Is either of you bringing food?
I think he is.
Now you're backed into a corner. We prefer chocolate.
Okay, we have an important special business item tonight.
I'm sorry, do you mind if I jump in?
Oh, and yes, you're on the agenda, board and superintendent reports. Dr. Godfrey, do you have a superintendent report for
There's
us?
one that's time sensitive and one I just wanted to mention. We are, we talk a lot about the present, but in the future, we are hoping to have that same general gathering of all of our licensed staff at Mountain America Credit Union Expo Center again this fall, if the planets align. We have lots of contingencies for if they don't, but if circumstances are such that we can all get together, we'd love to be able to do that. So if we're able to, do that based on how the virus is progressing or not progressing, then we hope to have that extravaganza once again. It's just the same professional development day, but everyone together in the same place at the same time, as opposed to doing that in individual schools. So we're making plans for that, all of which can be changed if they need to be.
Got a date on that yet?
Yeah, what is the date? Let's see. Yeah, August 11th, that sounds right. Let's double check that.
So that's August 2022.
August 2022. Is that right? Is that the right date? August 11th. So there's a day for teachers just to be in their classroom where there are no meetings, should be scheduled. And then August 11th would bring everyone together for the second time. Like I said, if the fates allow.
It was so long ago.
If the fates allow, doesn't it? But hopefully that can be a celebration of a return to something closer to a virus-free operation. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that we had a water main break last night at one of our elementary schools, Heartland Elementary. But you wouldn't know that because it was quickly repaired by our folks who jumped in. There was no disruption to school. It was late at night, and I wanted to show you, there's a phrase called a yeoman's job, which is what people do when they dive in on difficult work. And they just jumped in, dug a whole bunch of hole, and this is something that you approved. You approved this equipment in January or February. We received it in May or June. And they had to dig up the playground, they had to dig deep, and everyone from Scott Thomas, the principal was there, Lisa Robinson was there. We also had maintenance there, grounds was there, plumbers were there, maintenance coordinators, the director of maintenance was there. Just had all kinds of people there getting the work done. And within an hour, they had dug up, they had found the problem, had solved it. Soil was compacted over that. And so there are things happening around the clock, and I just wanted to thank our ESPs who keep things moving, keep us in school.
I was driving past Heartland at about 3:30 in the afternoon yesterday.
Today? Oh, yesterday.
And it looked like there was a little bit of commotion, not this commotion,
Yeah.
but maybe identifying something. But there were some maintenance people that helped a little boy walk across the street because they don't have any flashers there on 70th. So it was really heartwarming to see the maintenance worker helping a student get home.
Well, it was quickly taken care of, and I just wanted to highlight the work that that crew did, because a lot of that kind of goes unseen. It was after hours, it was ready to go, didn't create a disruption for school operation. And that's really the key. Our ESP employees make it possible for school to happen in the first place. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Sorry, okay.
Thank you. No, that was great. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, we have a special business item tonight, the recommendation to approve the ESSER 3 plan. Dr. Godfrey, would you like to give us an overview of that? We have discussed it in a couple of study sessions, but need to vote on it tonight.
Shelley has been the one to put that application together. I'm just going to ask her to speak to that. That was posted to board docs on Friday for your review. I'll just say again for those listening, this can be amended and we can make adjustments as needed, but this is the initial application to receive that funding. And then I want to talk about the specifics of the board's interest in pursuing some of the equipment we talked about so that we can get that process underway. So first, Shelley, if you just speak to the application process and some of the requirements. There's a certain percentage that has to be spent in a particular way. And so I'd like you to speak to the way you structured that application.
Can I get on the AirPlay?
AirPlay.
I just want to let you know that even though we posted it on Friday, there have been a couple of revisions as I've gone through. We have a lot of hands on it, and so as I've gone through and read, I've made some corrections and a few additions, but you should have the most current version right now, and it's dated September 13th. There'll probably be other revisions. Just want a reminder of what we visited with or discussed the first session, that the stakeholder survey, there were 2 areas that came up for from the parent response: social and emotional wellness and classroom technology. In the employee response, social and emotional wellness and additional personnel. The third response for parents happens to be additional personnel, and the third response for employees was classroom technology. So those 3 areas, after we continued to gather survey data even after you had had the first session. And so it still stayed with those, but all of those listed up were the ones that were the highest ranking. Teacher training was actually the 4th ranking for parents, so that one was high for the parents as well. Teachers, it was also up there, but it wasn't quite as high as it was for parents. We looked at basically how we can allocate the funds in a general way. We looked at 3 categories to allocate the funds: training, classroom technology, and additional personnel. And it was divided 10 million for training, 10 million for classroom technology, and 5 million for additional personnel. Since the last time we met, We had conversations really about the social and emotional wellness. We had put that under training, but really thought we might want to, since it was one of the top priorities, make it its own category. So if you'll look at the application, I'll actually go to the application and I'm just going to highlight certain areas of it and then answer any of your questions. One of the things that was required that we do a needs assessment. This was a very general needs assessment, one that we do generally every year to look at the data to see where we need to allocate our time and efforts in teaching and learning. And so the information that you have now shows just a summary of that needs assessment data. Really, a lot of the work is a bigger plan that we'll be working on in teaching and learning. So I just want to highlight one section. The summary of needs, it lists the summary of needs. We'll be addressing those through various ways. But it was evident through the evaluation that there was an impact from the learning loss that will require additional support, resources, and time to mitigate. So we're taking that data and that information as we look at the categories. The next area I just wanted to point out was, again, the parent ranking and the employee ranking. It wasn't just teachers, it was employees. Parents' highest ranking included social emotional wellness, classroom technology, additional personnel. Their fourth was teacher training. Employees' highest ranking categories were additional personnel, social and emotional wellness, and classroom technology. So as you go down on the application, we chose 4 areas. Those 4 areas are the classroom technology, social and emotional wellness, teacher training, and additional personnel. So those are the main categories that came as part of our needs assessment and the survey assessment. One of the requirements for this grant is that at least 20% of the budget be allocated for specific activities that support or help to mitigate learning loss and addresses learning loss. They call it accelerated learning. So we have set aside right now $5,500,000 for this accelerated learning. And we'll go into what that looks like. Just want to give you an overall view of the categories and the amount so you can see how that was it's just tweaked a little bit from the first time we discussed it. Classroom technology, $10 million. Social and emotional wellness, $2 million. Teacher training, $2.5 million. And additional personnel, $5 million. So we took that teacher training, that was an additional 10 million, and just broke it up into it was 5 million, teacher training and social and emotional wellness. As you look down, basically that was just an introduction of the categories. So as you go through the application, there is a section for each of those categories. The first one is the accelerated learning. This is $5.5 million. Right now, we're recommending that $5 million go to support and scale up the LETRS training. I know you've had some conversations about that even in this session today. One of the things that we are hoping to do is to compensate teachers for the time that they are taking the LETRS training. We have substitute costs to cover for the LETRS training, and then also if we extend the time, then there will be some additional funds charged if we extend and if we give the teachers longer to do it. Right now they have until September of 2023. So one of the possibilities we talked about is, can we be more flexible for the teachers in when they finish that? So that would cover the cost, the $5 million. And then another section is just to provide some high quality assessment. We have assessments in K-6 now, a math assessment, a reading assessment, but we don't have a district-wide assessment that we do in secondary schools. So we've We've been looking at several assessments. We're in the middle of the RFP of those assessments to really identify if there are some assessments we can use to provide just more timely information about how we can support students and where their needs are. This section of the plan requires that we have a data source for measuring the impact. And for the LETRS training, we would use our Acadience data. For the assessment, we would actually use the assessment itself to determine the effectiveness of that. The application asks for just has a couple of questions in that area that I can answer questions if you have questions about. Just talking about how we're going to ensure the interventions are working and how we're going to measure the interventions. Then we have the next category is plan for classroom technology. We're proposing that we use approximately $10 million to provide audio and video equipment for classrooms. What this allows, as I've been sitting here, one of the things that I find very interesting is if your mic's not turned on, how difficult it is to hear in such a small room. And audio systems in the classroom provide that very positive impact in the classroom. So we're proposing to have audio systems, updated audio systems in all classrooms, and then video systems in classrooms as requested or asked by teachers or principals. That would be the plan for the classroom technology. The plan for social and emotional wellness, right now, we're looking at possibility of $2 million for training and materials, programs that would support. One of the programs is a multi-tiered system of support. We talk about that a lot in academics, but also can be supported in behavioral and emotional supports for students. Encouraging schools to create a behavior and emotional support team at their school, address what they need and how they can provide. That would be one possible option for funds in this area. The Student Services has been implementing a comprehensive school threat assessment. This program is a program that really looks at decreasing exclusionary practices. So it really works on preventative measures to help students with social and emotional needs and behavioral needs. Another couple of ideas that or recommendations we've talked about with Student Services is the district now has a mental health access plan. I know that you've probably heard about this before. It connects families with professional health providers, and we could just increase the program and the options here. Panorama is a school that many schools are using. One nice thing about this Panorama is it does allow facilitators to identify students who are failing or who are at risk to graduate and can spend some time helping. And that was a very positive impact from ESSER 2 to have trackers that would help students that were at risk of not graduating. And then also just the whole idea of watching and being able to monitor student content, student files through BARC, the monitoring system, just continued support of that. So those would be the examples for social and emotional help. The plan for teacher training would be 2.5 for additional training. This is beyond the LETRS training. And it would include training for implementation of the audio and camera systems. Also, really training on prioritizing student engagement and looking at other high leverage practices that make the largest impact in students when teachers implement those practices. The plan for additional personnel, $5 million. We talked about several different needs that we would have, which include but not limited to additional personnel to support audio and video systems. If we're going to have something like that, schools may need additional support. Additional personnel to support our continued virtual learning, to provide teachers or assistants however we can to continue that option for parents. Additional personnel to support school principals in the operation, management, and instruction in the classroom, in the schools. And this could vary. It could be COVID assistants, interns we've talked about, really providing the opportunity for principals to release some of those management tasks that they have so that they can really focus on instruction and supporting teachers and students. And then the last possible recommendation is to use additional personnel to increase mental and health trauma support. And that would be to have someone, additional support individuals at the school to support the social and emotional wellness. So that was kind of an overview of our categories and what we are recommending within each category. Any questions?
Thank you. That's a lot of work that's been put into this application, and I appreciate it.
I would echo that. She's putting a lot of great work.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
And I also echo that. Well done. I was expecting on the social emotional wellness piece to hear more about the wellness centers that seem to be popping up at many of our schools. They seem to be wildly successful. Is that something that could fit into this funding?
Certainly. That certainly would help with the personnel, if they need personnel. That could be an option. We tried to make it as general as possible, so if needs come up that we didn't specify in this, that we could still justify it through the categories that we've chosen. But yes, that would certainly be something that could be part of this.
Thank you.
This is a beginning point that will allow us to have further discussions about how we can meet those particular goals. But these are examples of how that money can be used. And part of what we have to keep in mind is that this is a temporary funding source, of course. So everything that we do, we want to keep in mind what happens when the money runs out.
Is it sustainable?
Is it sustainable? And sometimes seed money like this can get something going, and then we're able to do that with TSSA at the school level or whatever other funding source may be available. So that's one of the components that we're keeping in mind whenever we look at staffing.
I would like to say well done. Thank you. Very thorough and very inclusive. Dr. Godfrey, I have a question for you after the last presentation. I had a little bit of feedback from patrons who questioned the privacy with the cameras in the classrooms issue.
I heard from a parent about that as well.
How are you addressing that, or what did you say?
Was it a question about special education?
One of them was specified as SPED, yes.
There is, we talked about this when we were exploring cameras earlier on. We would provide clarity to parents and teachers about what's expected. There's less of an expectation of privacy in the classroom. So privacy is an important element, especially with special education, but just having a camera in the classroom, Mr. Van Komen has consulted with us before on this, and I see him shifting in his chair, so I'll perhaps give him a moment to talk about that. But the special education is a different, a bit of a different situation, because if a camera shows someone in the classroom now, you see that they are, you can tell something about their IEP from that, but you can use cameras in a classroom in a way that is respectful of privacy and keeping with the law.
Yeah, I think as long as it's made known, cameras can be used. sometimes people have, I think, a little bit of a false expectation that nothing can be done to have any image of their student while they're at school.
Right.
We have hallway cameras already, we have a number of things. It depends on the use of that, and certainly we would safeguard information if it became a student education record, but not everything that is videoed is a student educational record.
I have a question. This, is this the plan for 2 years? Does this extend over 2 years?
Yes, it does, until September of 2023.
And are some of these, do you feel like you're going to jump on sooner and some later, or is this just going to roll out over the course of 2 years?
The one we want to look at right away is equipment, because that will take time, and it's a significant portion, and we want to be sure that that is put in place as quickly. If we're going to have it, let's have it as soon as we can. Beyond that, I think additional input before we finalize the exact path on some of this is going to be important. So anyone listening who thinks the idea that I had or suggested isn't up there, there's space for that to happen. I'd say that moving forward with literacy and equipment, those are the things that we move forward with right away, because once the money is approved, I'm concerned about, I would really like to give more time for elementary teachers to complete that LETRS training. I'd like to extend that time so that they can make that fit in their lives and so that they have more flexibility. And I'd like to get the equipment underway. Everything else, we want to gather some additional input before we move forward, but we just don't have that kind of time before the application deadline. So.
Thank you.
Does the social and emotional wellness just go towards students, or does it also go to help teachers and support specialists?
It would be a focus on employees and students.
Okay, thank you.
If we're not supporting the employees, we can't support the students very well.
For sure, thank you.
I had a cute interaction with a teacher who is teaching in a school that has a wellness center, and one day several of her students had gone to the wellness center, and so the person who runs that room came back into this teacher's classroom and said, "Hey, I'm noticing that maybe today you might be having a rough day." And she came in and did some elevator breathing exercises for her with the whole class. And I thought, gosh, what a great tool for a teacher even to be able to say, you know what, it's true. I'm going to take a minute, I'm going to refocus. And I just thought, what a powerful thing we're offering to not only our teachers, our students, everyone in the building benefits.
There are a number of schools that have wellness rooms specifically for teachers and employees. And I went to one of them when I did the Supercast there, and I sat in the teacher chair. It was hard to get out of because it was very comfortable. Yeah, we need to take care of everybody. We need to take care of everybody.
Well, I visited that one last week, and I really do think we need a wellness center for the board. Just saying. It was phenomenal.
While we're on wellness centers, the Jordan Education Foundation is also very interested in helping schools get up wellness centers and have grants available to help provide supplies and stuff for those centers.
And I was just going to say, when I visited one of the wellness centers, I was so impressed. It was a off school time, and so most of the seats were filled with teachers. I was surprised. They were just. Yeah.
So ultimately, we just need to have a vote, but also before that, I'd just like to talk about equipment and see where the board would like us to go with starting with RFPs and that sort of thing. My proposal last time was audio in every classroom with the capacity to add video for those teachers who requested it. And the training would go along with that. Additional staff, as Shelley mentioned, to be sure that we can maintain the equipment and can train folks to use it. So direction from the board on what an implementation plan would look like from your perspective would be helpful for us to get started.
As in, the sooner the better? I mean, what do you mean? It sounds like you already have the implementation plan
If
put
the
together.
board is
What are
okay
you
with
looking
us bringing back bids, I'm asking, are you okay for us to move forward with bids on audio everywhere and video by request? Or is there some other plan that we ought to pursue? Because it'll all come back to the board for a vote.
I'm comfortable with that.
I am as well.
I would just want the audio to be, the video could plug into that. So
Yes.
if I was to move classrooms, I could take that with me.
Yes.
That would be my big key.
And I'm good with that. I would say that we need to pay, and I'm sure you will, pay particular attention to sustainability. That's important to me. Get all this equipment and not be able to sustain it or have the personnel to keep it running, that would be sad.
I would prefer audio everywhere and video everywhere, but I understand that this is a good first step. So I would not impose a requirement of video everywhere.
Okay.
But I would very much like to see audio everywhere and video everywhere eventually.
And maybe enough video backup that if someone was to request it, it's not a lot of red tape to get it installed.
It would pave the way for video to be added easily. Should we proceed then with that? Okay.
Yes.
Great. We'll move forward.
Okay, we need to take a vote on this, and we also need to take public input regarding the ESSER 3 plan. Is there anyone here from the public wishing to speak to this? Okay, see none. I'll go to action by the board. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the ESSER 3 plan.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Abbott, second by Mr. Dunford to approve the ESSER 3 plan. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor of approving the plan, please say yes.
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Nordic, also for all of your hard work on this. We are looking forward to seeing great results.
Yes, we are too.
Good things will happen.
Good. All right, that is the end of our study session. I will take a motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals and negotiations.
I'll make the motion to move into closed session for character and competence of individuals and negotiations.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Robinson to go into closed session. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. And thank you for those from the public who have joined us, both in person and online. And appreciate your attendance and involvement, and have a good night.